All right. Uh, my check. Cam check. Looks like we're good. Sounds like we're good. So, happy April Fool's Day, and D4 expansion news tomorrow. Apparently, I don't know anything in it in terms of what's going to be said or revealed tomorrow. So I'm actually interested in myself, but I won't like stream the stream in the daytime because I won't be here for that. But what I'll probably end up doing is streaming that video like tomorrow night, like for tomorrow night stream or whatever, and then we'll kind of talk about what we see in the expansion, and then after we do that, we'll go back to some more D3 blasting or 3-3 D3 casually blasting. So still prepping up to do whatever pushes I'm gonna do for the weekend. That's going to consist of GOT6, Marauder, and UE multi-shot. So I am looking to do all three of those this weekend. At least that is the plan. We'll see if me getting the right gear and stuff, still, persist or whatnot. So hmm. I feel like I'm missing something. No? Guess not. Nope. All right. I don't know how many keys I have from the last time I was playing. So we'll kind of go from there. We got 36 keys. Okay, so not much. You know what I want to do though? I think I do want to level up some gems. So I guess we'll do some gem level ups or gem ups. So we'll do some higher GRs to get some of that up. Kind of don't really want to do the higher GRs on the GOT6 though. It's kind of a slog to do it on GOT6. I might actually create my Marauder set early just to do that. Not just to do that, but to have a easier time with gym ups at the higher levels or whatever. But we'll see. Am I hoping for D4 news tomorrow? They said there will be. So IGN is supposed to be doing a live stream or something with some D4 news. Stuff that I guess wasn't revealed before that IGN has news for. So like I said, I don't know much about it. So so it's kind of news to me. So we'll see tomorrow. Yeah. And this was sent out not on April 1st. So this this was sent out about March 31st or something like that. March 31st. But it was a post made on Twitter or X or whatever. So yeah. So we'll see. I'm sure we'll hear about something new. I just don't know what that is or what that entails. So I guess we shall see. Either way, I'm gonna cover it on my stream in the evening time. So we'll do the 136 to continue with the gym ups. Horrid map though. Ah, it's such an awful map. I was going to say where the elites at, but yeah, it's gonna take a bit longer than I would. This one gonna take a little bit longer than I wanted to, even for the gem up. Yeah, I should have brought that little minion in here. Slightly better map. I bet there was a pylon on the bottom left, wasn't there? Oh well. Finally a pylon. Should be close to done with this. Not like halfway through. Come on, a little bit more zap power, a little more zap. Yay. I'll keep my sports. That took a little longer than I would than I wanted. Alright, at least we can get some upgrades though. What we got? 6, 7. Okay, good so far.
I need to go back.
Of course I'd fail those two. Screw that in. Not single elite along the way. I was going to say it like again, no elite. Keep up the squirts. Oh, never mind. Rip. Go for the Oculus then. I guess shit was fine. I mean, it was a which build does the Ethereals open up for Demon Hunter? Well, I mean, just God 6 really. I mean, you can. There is some like UE Hungry and Arrow shenanigans you can do with the ballista, but I wouldn't recommend. Yeah, I wouldn't say it opens up. It doesn't really open up too much of anything new. Although there is a Marauder's Cluster Arrow variant that can now use Echoing Fury. With it, which can get some major deeps. If played correctly. But I mean, the setups are practically the same. It's just it just got stronger. Like Gossius gets really strong with the ballista. Marauders and UE gets really strong with the Hydra bow. The Hydra bow ethereal, and then you got the repeating crossbow that you would use for Natalia's. And pretty much only Natalia's. Impale is the only one that doesn't get an ethereal because there is no ethereal melee weapon. So Impale gets the short end of the stick this season. Like literally no one ever plays like Impale or ethereal season because it doesn't get an ethereal. So that was a little better, but that was a rough start though. Like no leads. Alright. We're gonna pass some gym upgrades or what? Oh man. Looking bad. 136, right? Okay. Okay. I guess we'll jump it up to 138 now, I guess. Is it the gym season that DH shines in? I mean this one DH does. Like DH and Wizard are really good for Ethereal season. The other one that DH is really good in is the Angelic Crucibles, which is the Strafe Pale season. Or Strafe Everything season, basically. Those are the two best seasons for Demon Hunter. The third one would be the Soul Shards, but or third place would be Soul Shards. And every other season doesn't really matter for Demon Hunter really. Like the Omni Cube is not good at all really for Demon Hunter, and the fourth cube slot is also not good for Demon Hunter. So your endeavors. Mr. Deafening isn't helping my case either. And Wallers isn't definitely not helping my case. That was a rough pack. I guess for these gym ups, I might have to actually start looking at maps. Like being like, all right, I might have to try to go for a semi-open map or something. This is starting to be a little bit much. So I bring these guys down. One's a juggernaut. Right. I don't see anything else. We'll just stick with this. Oh, nice. Aqua's moved. So we're seeing the stutter nowadays. You mean like compared to like what you see in other games, or just like in general? Oh, compared to the dance in the I mean, I choose to do it. Like you definitely don't have to on God 6 if you don't want to. I choose to do it because you can technically force your own breakpoint, meaning that you don't need Vala's kind of thing. Like if you strafe weave at the breakpoint that you're at, then you'll reset your breakpoint back to the to the maximum amount of arrows you can get every time that you leave. So I think I'd be bored if I didn't do some of that myself. I'd be like, I don't say bored of my mind, but like it'd be kind of hard for me to grind without some sort of like doing something.
I am returning to town.
Actually got all four upgrades. It looks like low frame rate. Like, oh, I got you. Reminds you of gaming as a kid. How many more days of farming for the big push? Well, it'll be several different pushes, and I really wouldn't call it like the big push. Like I'm not gonna be doing like 500 to 1,000 keys or something like that of farming for a omega push. But whatever my gear ends up being by the weekend is what I push with. So I'm basically farming until the weekend. So Friday is when I start doing something in terms of pushing is concerned. I'm giving myself to Friday to gear for all the sets that I want to play, and that could be a tall order. We'll see. I got like maybe half of what I need. Well, actually, a little over half of what I need.
That is too expensive.
And but with Marauder, I'm definitely gonna go for the 150. Like that is like not that's non-negotiable. I'll put it that way. But I do want to do it with multi-shot. I don't want to do it with cluster arrow, so that might require me to need slightly better gear for that because multi-shot is not is a little weaker than cluster arrow for Marauders. But I find multi-shot more fun. Now I'm just trying to like level up some gems real quick, a little bit higher, just a little higher. So that's why you see me doing 138. This is not speed farming by any means. Awful map. I think going forward with me trying to level up my gems, I'm gonna just skip keeps. I don't care if I waste a key. It just takes too long because of the walls. Yeah, the walls make it nearly yeah, this is fine. Two at least at the start too. I'm gonna just have to keep the squares up over the Oculus here. Be with more damage. Speed pylon. Oh, I lost the squares. I should have stayed where I was. You get the pep for this season on PC. But on Xbox, I have everything you catching up. Okay, but I kept myself away from last epoch. Well, that's fair. I mean, both seasons practically came out like one day after the other, so yeah, not cool for people who like this season, but also like what last epoch was doing. How cool are the last epoch changes? Like, are they like massive? Like, are they massive as advertised? Kimazan, what's going on? Got all this power, pylon juice, and no elites. There we go. I only got like 10 seconds of power, or 5 seconds of power, maybe. Sag. I appreciate the follow. Yeah, I was kind of struggling trying to find time to like casually blast a little bit. I say casual because like 4 or 5 hours, like 4 hours a day roughly, maybe if that. But that's still like considerably more than what a casual would do, right? But nowhere near like what the Omega blasters are doing right now. It's kind of like an odd space to be in, but that's all I have time for. For the day, new pinnacle boss, corruption and breaches. Those are 2 new skills for Rogue. I saw everybody playing Blade Rogue, right? Though, isn't that like what was the meta like the past couple of seasons? You ate way too much food. You feel like a potato. Oh no, Chief Illusionist. Good thing we're almost done though. No, I'm saying it's like Blade Dancer or I forgot what it's called. It's where like they like throw the blades or whatever. I think it's called Blade Dancer. Every rogue that I saw on last epoch when they were leveling on Thursday was playing Blade Storm. Okay, all of them were playing Blade Storms. That's not a new skill, is it? Yeah, but they were. I think they were discussing also like some like combat changes. Just the way things feel to play and stuff. I think honestly that kind of sparked my attention the most, as someone who's more into combat than anything in the action RPG. Nice. 140. Used to be part of Umbral Blaze. Okay. Do I want to do I want to slog through 140s? Oh, well, at least it's a good map and a good mob type. All right, so I guess this would be like kind of fun-ish. I gotta play it like a semi-push setup though. Bring everything down. Well, that skeleton's not gonna come down. I know your MO, sir. Guess I'll play the Squirts game then. Not bad. What do we got? Oh, we got a skill power. At least he'll follow. So let's. He might not. I'll just stay and kill them both. The shield pylon. I haven't gotten a condo in like a hot minute in the past several runs. Speaking of which, there we go. That's 3 elites, come on. Come on. Zap juice. More zap juice. That was really good. That's a turn of difficulty up just to add some more good friction leveling. Nice. It's been your favorite season so far? It's good to hear. I think a lot of people were like worried when, you know, when they were acquired by different studio. Or ESG was acquired by someone else. For a minute, 140. Not bad. Considering that it was actually a good map with 3 good pylons.
I am skilled at clarifying gems. What do you need?
Okay, so
I am returning to town.
oof. I'm often reminded of why God 6 feels so awful to climb with. The moment that stuff takes forever, it just feels bad. It's like it feels like your pierces aren't doing anything. Like you're just kind of shooting like some Q-tips into like a haystack, I guess. You don't really see the results of what's happening. Really? I worry about the acquisition when it starts affecting the game. I think most people's fear initially was more so of like what appeared, keyword appeared to be like, you know, like more of a kind of like a greedier monetization model. And with that being the case, you know, that always stokes fears in 2 players. Did I watch the NASA Artemis 2 launch today? I did not. I was working all day. Peep the gear in your friends list. John? Wow. For 1200 Paragon, you got. Okay. So this is actually a little interesting here. So here's what people don't like may not fully understand about this season with God. Crit chance isn't that important for God 6 this season because you freeze quite a bit. So it's a 35% chance to freeze on hit, but Hunger and Arrow has a roughly 1.2, 1.3 proc coefficient. So like you're gonna get freeze quite often, and when they're frozen, they critically hit. So you will end up with roughly 65% critical hit chance already without having any critical hit chance on your gear in terms of like the amount that you crit. So whatever extra crit you have is just to kind of like cushion you for when things aren't frozen, right? So crit chance actually tends to have less value. Now, of course, your sheet damage goes down because you don't have crit chance. But stuff like, for instance, like your Paragon right now, 1261, I'd roll that crit chance here into Dex for God 6. Now, if you switch sets or whatever, and you're using cold damage, then roll it back to crit chance, obviously. But for God 6, I roll the crit chance to Dex here. To be honest with you, you would get quite a bit more value that way. Significantly more value, actually. Are you planning on pushing though? Mixtape Legend? You'll push eventually. So if that's the case, I would roll some of this area damage stuff off your gear for now because you don't need it right now. Like it doesn't really do anything for you for speed farming. Unless you're playing with like a pull barb or something. Like I guess if you're playing in groups and you have like someone who could pixel, then it does mean something. But if you're playing kind of solo or you don't really have like a pull like that, then honestly, some of the area damage stuff. Is my weapon? Yes. One sec. It's really not special, I promise you. Like for instance, these two things right here, like the area damage here. You'll have more than enough mass, but I would roll vitality on both of these. Roll vitality on the shoulders and then roll vitality on a knife seer because you get double the value because of guardians, so that makes you pretty tanky. And then instead of running the diamonds in your gear, run the emeralds for the extra dex because you get double that dex from the emeralds in the gear. And with you being only 1200 Paragon, that's huge. So you'll increase your damage quite a bit that way versus the area damage in which you aren't going to really use much for speed farming. Now, when you're pushing, roll it back. Like, absolutely roll it back, right? But for speed farming, no, you don't want to do that. Like, you won't be getting any value out of that. Very good weapon, too, by the way. Okay, then. Guess it's my turn. Superb weapon for it not being a, whatchamacallit. But yeah, you have better gear than I do, bro. Oh, also, by the way, that armor, roll that to your life percent. Armor is literally useless as a stat. So roll that armor to life percent way better that way. Yeah, you have better gear than I do, like for sure. Like it's not even like a contest here. But good stuff, man. Did you hear everything I said? Because I kind of said a lot. But Clan I am with the bro. I have not seen that name in a long time. Clan I am, how you doing, man? So my weapon is just literally I just custom primaled my Bariza. It's got the Fortress Ballista fixed on it, but it has a pretty useless passive, but it's still like better. Isn't Mantle better than the belt? Mantle's not better than Guardian, so you can't do both. Guardian is considerably better than Mantle. So if you do Mantle, you can't do Guardian. So you have to choose one or the other. Mantle is 25 and 25. Guardian is like, depending on your Paragon, roughly a little bit over 50% damage and roughly 50% toughness. Mantle better than the belt in the cube? No. No. Mantle is 25%. This is 200%. Not even close. Why's your background weapon red? Because it's a custom primal. It might have been a while since you played before, but there's a new recipe towards the latter part of D3's update life, and you can literally upgrade any weapon with primordial ashes, which you get from salvaging primals. So you can kind of make your own custom primal that you can make literally a primal, but you can only wear one of that custom primal. So that's what that is. I'm gonna go back to doing some speeds because I really don't want to like push any higher. I really don't want to. I guess I'll find upper tier GRs with God 6 fun. Jumping every now and then, keep forgetting about the prime. Hope it's things have been alright. Things have been alright. Why are some people running through the hunt? Are they doing it on purpose, or did their weapon actually roll it? Like, are they picking it as a passive, or did the weapon have through the hunt on it? Because sometimes they're picking it as a passive through the hunt. On God 6 Demon Hunter, I do throw the hunt for like multi-shot, UE multi-shot. But for God 6, no. There's no reason to do that, especially this season. Bariza's freeze gives you the Bane proc and the Core of the Week proc. So like throw the hunt doesn't really do anything. In fact, actually, I don't even use Bane of the Trap for my speed farming, honestly. I go Zays. But like at that point it's like such a small difference that like, you know, you can do either or, but Zays is slightly better for speed farming than Trap is. But it doesn't really matter though. Like it's not like a, you know, you're gonna be doing like 2-minute 25s versus like, you know, 2-minute 30 or 130 something. Like the difference isn't drastic enough for people that really care. If that makes sense. Does it reroll the pass of the weapon when upgrading the primal? Yes, it does. It rerolls the entire weapon basically. The passive and the affix on it. Just like you do with reforging. It's the same concept. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this up, I guess. Does God transition into Agios? It does later on. After a certain amount of Paragon, though. Like, most people won't reach the amount of Paragon to where Agios becomes better than like, Guardians. 2.5k, roughly around there, yeah. It also just depends on how much dex you have on your gear too as well. So like the threshold is like between 2.4 and 2.6k Paragon roughly. At that point, that's when our guild starts to become a little better. It's not like way better. It's like it's kind of like this whole like line that kind of goes up in a sense, where like Guardian starts to flatten out the more Paragon you have, and then at some point they kind of like become even in a sense, and then Algil starts to kind of overtake slightly over that past that point. So at 2.5 Paragon, it's not like an obvious difference. It's just slightly better. When you start getting to like 3K, 3K, 3.5K, 4K Paragon, that's when the difference becomes obvious.
Are you ready?
But until then, it's like,
What a
I
steal.
can't carry anymore.
Fortune favors. Don't forget, luck always changes. Don't be shy.
I cannot afford that.
so I don't know if I'm gonna reach 2.5K Paragon, to be honest with you. So I may not make the switch to Augils. I haven't decided yet. Do I play with viewers? Sometimes. I'm mostly a solo player. In fact, I was supposed to do solo self-found this season. But I haven't played with Kill 'Em All and Crew. People I haven't played with in like a long time. So I kind of wanted the game with them towards the start. But after that, I've been practically solo ever since. But it's usually because I have a goal in mind. So it's kind of hard to reach that goal. Unless the goal is the same between the people I'm playing with, if that makes sense. Because I don't have much time to play each day. I started playing D3 this season. I could level up my DH and D0 20. Should I do the rest of the seasonal stuff? Or here just and play that set until I farm God, or I can go straight for God. I would go. So if you don't have anything, do the seasonal stuff. Like do the seasonal stuff to get Marauders. If you don't have anything at all, if you're kind of close to getting the God set, then I would focus on getting God set. In either way, I would try to get God set ASAP. But you can use the seasonal set from the Heraldics, from the seasonal journey until you can get Gossets. Because it's not a bad set. Like the 4 piece is actually like decent enough to help you get some stuff going. I haven't played D3 in like 6 years or so. You used to have the farm keys to do. Well, you have to farm keys to do greater rifts, not Nephilim rifts, but greater rifts, yes. But Nephilim rifts, no, they don't take keys anymore. I do remember. I'm sure you're referring to when we used to have to do bounties to be able to do Nephilim rifts, and then you do Nephilim rifts to be able to do greater rifts. That's how it used to be at one point. And that's awful. Like I'm thinking about it now, like that's like awful. Did you hear what I said, J4? I'll accept your request, but did you hear what I said earlier, though? Gotcha. There's secret to farming sets other than just dropping and gambling for them. Nope. Just dropping and gambling. Really it. If you have double of the same thing, like let's say you get like 3 God 6 gloves or whatever, then you can use the cube recipe to transfer. Or to not transfer, but to transform that into a different set piece. So you can just use the I forgot what it's called. Yeah, it's just right here. Yeah, convert set item. So like, let's say you get like 3 guys 6 gloves, but you don't need any more gloves. You need like, I don't know, like boots or whatever. You can then convert that glove into like one of the other 5 pieces or whatever. And that helps a lot early on when you're just trying to get stuff. I did that. I do that every season, really. Like I convert early to try to get what I want and need as soon as possible. I'm wondering if I should try to make my Marauder set tonight. I'm gonna have to do some a bunch of Echo Nightmares tonight, though. If I do that. I do bounties for the season stuff and the altar, yeah. I haven't completed my altar yet, by the way, because I refuse to farm for the staff. I don't want to do it. Like I just don't want to do it. It's not hard or anything. I just don't want to spend time doing it. Although I guess it would be beneficial technically to get the double primals or whatever. But the double bounties and double death breaths aren't really worth me farming for the staff for, to be honest. There's D4 news tomorrow, yeah. You're saying you accept. Oh no, what I was saying is that like, typically I have goals in mind when I play, and I generally play solo. Rarely do I ever like play in a group. Usually I do solo self-found. But I started this season a little bit late, so I was playing with some friends I haven't played with in years. But past that day one, I've been playing practically solo, and it's usually because I have a goal in mind. Because I don't have much time to play, so it's like unless everybody in the group is is running towards the same goal, which is usually not the case, I typically just play solo.
Let's see what we can do.
Like I don't plan on Paragon farming much tonight, if that makes sense, right? But someone who might want to play just want to play for Paragon, so like that's kind of like a little bit different. I'm not entirely against it, but I do have a timeline and goals. After I finish my goals and whatnot, if I still want to play, then for sure, I'll do more of those. I got you, sir. What else is there? I guess at this point I can probably just level up gems for augments then. Should probably try to get some of these to like at least 120. Let's start with this one. Took you about 90 minutes to get the stuff for the stat. Yeah, I don't know. See, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that. That is an hour and a half I could have spent doing riffs. And I guess I would care more if I was playing for like maybe about a month of the season or whatever, because then at that point the double primal drops would be worth at that point, right? But by the time I get the staff going or whatnot, like I'm would be towards the end of my farming journey anyway, and I'll be just pushing mostly at that point. I think that's why I don't really too much bother with the staff. There we go. Yeah, this season is it just me or it's unlucky? Wala Ramaladi gift is rare. Yeah, it is. It is rare early on, and I say early on because you're gonna get a bunch of them later. Like the moment that you have like 2 or 3 of them, and then you don't need them anymore, is when you end up having like, you know, up to 100 of them in like no time. It's always when you need it is when it's super rare, but when you don't need it, you find them all the time. You find them all the time, really. But yeah, they do take a while to kind of get. Were you playing in a group though, J4 by chance, early on, like with some friends or whatnot? You either get tons every season, but this season you can't find. Yeah, my luck with quivers have been really bad. Like I still am running with this non-ancient quiver. Like I have not had like any luck with any quivers. So.
What do you need?
1225. Where was I doing? This one? Sir Duncan was up. I think IK fizzled out on D3. Back to D. Oh, Immortal Kings. When was the last time Immortal Kings was like good? Like I can't remember it like the last time like that was like, you know, somewhat meta for barbs. Nothing good here. Yes. Nope.
Hello there.
I've been gambling almost nothing but quivers this entire time. So it's like the fact that I have not seen even a halfway decent ancient 9 series and 18 over 1800 paragons is like wild to me. I know it's hard, which is why we typically use our custom promo for the knife series because it's so hard to get a good one. But it's also like hard to not want to just max out your DPS on the Bariza. Because I mean, the difference between an ancient and a non-ancient knife series like small, like super small. Right? Like only difference is like you get like 250 more decks, and then you can augment it for 650 decks, which is I mean good early on, but it starts to like water down later. So it's nowhere near as good as like getting like a huge big D weapon at the start. Now what I might do is if I do find a good Bariza, like a good one in which I don't, you know, in which I can use that or whatnot, then I can like just salvage that one and then like custom promo my my quiver. But that has not happened, so said my master streaming volume is always low. Trying to think about how I can make that louder. I've noticed that. Cause like it's not so like on my end it's not just one knob where like it just turns like the stream itself, my home stream up by X amount. Like you have to rebalance all the audio and stuff again to do that. So you have to up the mic volume, up the music volume, up the game volume. There isn't like a master. There isn't like one thing that like I can turn up that just kind of like ups the master volume in that sense without messing up the volume of other stuff. Or I have to turn up the speakers. So like if you was to max out the volume on Twitch itself, that's not loud enough. I'm asking because I'm curious. I don't know. like sound you're doing. And okay, so you know. All right, I will take a look at that, but it definitely will mean I have to like rebalance everything. Hopefully, it should just be moving up everything the same amount of decibels, but there's always risk in clipping and all that jazz, specifically with the microphone. So, granted, you can there's filters and stuff like that, but at some point the filter starts to sound artificial, and your voice starts to sound artificial when you start being more aggressive with those filters. Yeah, I'll take a look at that. I mean, I use a slight de-esser, but I also have like a pad here too as well, which kind of acts like a screen to kind of help with the pop sound from like P's and those kind of things. So, but I try not to get too aggressive with it because again, it does kind of mess up the natural flow of your voice in a sense. Actually, you know what? I might actually tinker with it after this. I might have an idea. I might can tinker with it, kind of like in the background, like through the so therefore it doesn't mess up my own personal mix for myself as well, like what I hear. Yeah, I think I can do that. I have an idea. I'll check it out right after this riff. Because while I have you here, I want to know whether it's better or not, since you know you were the one that brought it up.
I may be able to help you.
That was a bad run, by the way. Map sucked. Okay, let me take a look at my stuff real quick. The screen's gonna look really weird for a bit, so just bear with me. Let's see, build. Let me see if I can add it on this screen. This uh all right, so okay, so yeah, this might help. Do might be a big jump, but I just want to try it. Yeti. 5 5 dB is gonna sound like a lot, but I just need to know whether it works. All right, let's do those 3 for now. All right. Do you hear any difference? Let me check my mic on my end on live. Did I get louder? Did the music get louder? Like did the music and myself get louder as well as the game volume? So I'm gonna do all three right now. So this is me talking. There's music playing in the background, and there is game volume as well. Game is very quiet. Is it the same quiet as it was before relative, or is it like quiet in the like? Oh, by the way, is it louder? Is the game volume louder than it was? You said only my voice got louder? All right. Hold on. Let's try something different here. Your voice and YouTube and Blueberg are all even now, which is good. All right, let's try something. Let's try something else real quick. So I'm not shelving. I'm not saying no to that, but let's try something different here. All right. Did the music volume go down just now? I'm about to lower my mic volume in a sec, though. So, yep. Now the mic volume is lower. Not sure it was already low. Yeah. Well, I keep it low enough to where the lyrics doesn't match my talking volume. Otherwise, it becomes distracting. So I try to have the music lower enough to where it's like you hear it, but it doesn't compete with me talking. Okay. I think someone asked a question in the chat. Sorry, is there a secret to getting gems quickly? Yes. Trunks, you there? Let me do this real quick, Sir Duncan. Abraham, what's going on? So here's what you want to do. Okay, there are several things you can do, but here's the biggest thing for me that works like extremely well. Put a broken crown on your enchantress or on your follower. Okay. And whatever gem you have in your helm, doesn't really matter which one it is going to you're going to get additional drops of that gem whenever it drops. So I have a lot more diamond gems, like a lot more diamonds than anything else because of this, broken crown. Now, of course, you might be thinking, well, I don't want diamonds because I'm not going to, augment with diamonds. Why would I want diamonds for? Well, you can then go to Act 2, go to this merchant right here. Let's drop a base diamond. It drops the diamond of the same quality of the diamond that you would have had. So whatever diamond that drops, you'll get additional of that type, whichever it drops. So yeah. So now what you want to do is whatever class you play. So like, let's say I play Demon Hunter, so I want emeralds. Emeralds is big for me. You buy some of this essence here, and then you transmute those diamonds. You convert them to emeralds. So you can sit there and upgrade all the diamond gems you want, right, to a certain level, and then convert 9 of them each time with this essence of emerald to get more emeralds. This is how I keep up with having enough gems for anything I want to do for that. Now, that's step 1, to make sure that you're like never low. 2, another good way of getting gems is puzzle rings. Puzzle rings are great for that. for gems. So puzzle rings are great for gems. And the third best way, in my opinion, for gems would be Echoing Nightmare. But you have to get high enough to get the Goblin Shrine and then kill all the goblins. Because you're guaranteed to get a Goblin Shrine after a certain level, like between 130, 140-ish range. You get the Goblin Shrine, you kill it with your Conduit Pylon, super easy. And then, I mean, it's a bunch of goblins. You'll always get a bunch of gem ups that way too as well. Yeah, so like those are the two things. Those are the things. You got puzzle rings, Nephilim Rifts, Echoing Nightmares with the Goblin Shrine after you get to a high enough tier, and then this here, the Broken Crown. But the Broken Crown, in my opinion, has made the biggest difference. Because keep in mind, you can use a Broken Crown in the puzzle ring vault, which is going to double multiply your diamonds inside the puzzle ring vault. So, and also what Sir Duncan just said. All right, Sir Duncan, let's go back to what we were doing real quick. I'll probably spend about 5 more minutes on this because I don't want my audience to leave. So let's all right, so I'm gonna do filters instead. If it's gonna let me do it.
Panda Glass your aid in my stream with 57
Yo,
views.
Darkside, we just got raided, son. You know how we do.
What's up, sir?
Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Dashizi, out.
What up, Pandan? I'm trying to fix or improve my audio of my stream real quick. So some of y'all might have came in at kind of really weird time. I promise it might not take more than about 5 minutes. So if you can bear with me, I will totally appreciate it. But thanks for coming. Thanks for coming over. I thought you was playing what was it, Starfield, Pandan? Let's see. Why won't my stuff come up real quick? It's not, my filters don't want to show for some reason. It's not wanting to do the thing. Let's try a different route. So we'll go back to the settings I had before. Let's just go back to what I was in before. Volume percent. Weird. Actually, wait a minute. 0. How's that? Looks for that. Okay. So I'm learning. Okay, that does affect that. Okay, so we'll just increase everything by 5 dB across the board, so I don't affect the balance, but just affect the volume across the board. Hopefully that will be fine. Let's see. All right, let's take a look at my music volume. It did jump up a little bit. Definitely my my microphone volume jumped up. I'm not clipping, so that's good. Well, I'll have to fix that filter later. It's not bad. At least I don't think it is. At least from the whatchamacallit, it's not like freaking out clipping. It's just getting in the red more than I would like. What's happening tonight? We're just we're just kind of farming for our push for the weekend. So I started with Diablo 3 in general when I was doing consecration and just action RPGs in general. So this season was really cool for ethereals, or with ethereals. And so this is a fun season overall. It's not often that I do come back to play D3, but the ethereal season is like a massive, massively popular fun season, especially if you're like a demon hunter, wizard, or a monk. But yeah, you said this is better, Duncan, like overall, like all around.
Cannot afford that.
Let me know when I like get into a rift and I start killing things. If you it's like the volume when I'm killing things is going to be lower than everything else. Like that is actually on purpose. But yeah. You know, it's actually kind of cool though that I haven't done in a while. I used to have like ocean sounds and like, or rain sounds and like a thunderstorm, like ambient noise in the background. But it was so low that like you really wouldn't recognize it unless the music was off, like in between tracks or whatever. And then you'd be like, wait a minute, is it raining outside? Kind of thing, because it was so subtle. But it added atmosphere that, you know, people didn't really like, you know, didn't pick up on unless you like were really paying attention, and like that was on purpose. It was so good though. Like I think there's like 2 people that picked up on it. It's like, wait a minute, is it raining where you're at? And I'm like, no, it's just ambient noise I put underneath. I don't know if I still have that. I think I still have the source for that. I just, you know, I just turned it off over the years. Broken, appreciate the follow. But yeah, I need to do the same thing. I need to do the same thing myself. I have a back catalog of games that I always say I want to play and then never get into it. I always find some excuse not to do it, and it's usually not good excuses either. It's just me being like, I don't know, like, what's the word for it? There's like a term for it, like starting paralysis or something, or you know, like the like difficulty of being able to actually start something, but once you actually do, you're fine. Like I'm really bad at that. Task paralysis, yeah. So it's like, yeah. So like is it an analysis paralysis? Yeah. I'm real bad with that. Now, once I start something, like, you know, I'm good to go, right? But like if I have to look at a blank canvas, I'm like, crap. like I will procrastinate like nobody's business before I have to get started, man. Just because it just, when you look at it from like the start, it just feels so daunting, right? It's like, dang, I gotta do all this stuff or whatever. And so like my mind just overthinks everything, and then I just never get started. That's how it is for like my backlog of gaming. It's literally like that. Do you reckon you'd be able to do EP 150s on Monk this season? It's possible. It's possible, but you're gonna need the Paragon to do it though, like a decent amount of Paragon. Duncan says, yeah, way better overall. Okay, cool. Thank you, man. Appreciate the help. I bet now people who have been used to listening to me with like their volumes like cranked up, it's gonna be like, whoa, what happened? But I'm sure they'll probably appreciate that too. And that's a random guess here. I just did 5 dB as like a random I was like, let's just do 5 dB to see if it's like, if it, you know, so I can actually hear the, you know, difference. You know, 3 dB is like double the volume in a sense, so it's like, that's already like a lot. Lucien, appreciate the follow. Yeah, I think I might just YOLO and create my Marauder set. Like, kind of, this is to kind of see what I have. Start putting pieces together and be like, all right, let's see what I can do with it. Like, I'm pretty sure if I can get the right bow, I can go ahead and crank out. I can go ahead and like start cranking out the 150, or at least getting up there to do the 150. But I kind of want to wait and do all my pushing this weekend. And I'm pretty sure GOT6 is possible to get to 150 as well, but that's going to be a hell of a lot more fishing at this Paragon.
I'm here to help.
I am returning to town.
All right, let's see. Speaking of which, where was that on? Years. My 140 was here at 4 minutes. 4-minute 140. So yeah, I mean 150 is definitely possible. I just don't. I like it's gonna be a bit efficient. Harry Potter. Wow, what a name! Like legit, what a name. The fact that Harry Potter only has a 146 though on GOT6 with that kind of Paragon is a little embarrassing though. Like, dude, go ahead and just like finish out. So, you know, go ahead and just get the 150. Like, this is more impressive than this by far. The 144 at 12 minutes versus the 146 at 14 minutes with the humongous difference in Paragon at this level. Not a Smurfs. Did I see the D4 April Fools? No. Oh, you mean the aviation, the World Boss Chicken thing? I heard about it, but I didn't actually see any of it. Was it cool? Like, was it like fun, cool kind of thing, or? I didn't personally see it. Chicken. Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
My father was a great man until he lost his fortune.
I get it. At least they did something. You can either love or hate it, but like the fact that they actually like made the attempt to do something on April Fool's Day inside the game is actually kind of neat. It's not something Blizzard usually tends to do inside their games like that. At least not the action RPGs. No, I think it was in the game, right? Wasn't it in the game, Panda? Yeah. See. Yeah, I didn't think about it. I probably would have like started earlier, my stream earlier, and then play some D4 just for that. Like maybe like an hour D4 to, you know, have some fun with that activity, and then get back to blasting this. Maybe it's still live since it's the first somewhere. Only Hawaii. Quick, hop on somebody. Hop on somebody who has a Hawaiian server. This was a pretty decent run, actually. That was good.
I can't carry anymore.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay, so I got a 120 here. Let's do 120. And the thing, the entire Marauder, like my entire Marauder set, like to do Marauder, every piece of gear is gonna have to change. Like there's no overlap in any of this, including the rings and amulet, because these rings don't have any crit chance on it because of the Bariza. Like I will legit need to swap over everything. Like every piece of gear will need to be like re-augmented. And then I guess for UE I can borrow like maybe, you know, 40% of Marauder's gear for that. So it's not that big of a change, but just getting Marauder started from God 6 is like a 100% complete transition for me.
You look like you could use me soon.
I think I'll do Rifts until I'm around the keys. I got 22 keys left. Okay.
Fortune favors.
I guess I'll farm some keys, and then maybe, depending on how I'm feeling, we'll
Look like you could use a new one.
put together some Marauders. Hoping to have enough. Oh, and also some Echoing Nightmares. I'm gonna need a D2 for that. Oh, my quivers suck.
Fortune favors the bold.
But that Maz is hopping into D3 now. Wasn't he just playing some last epoch today? All right, Duncan. I don't know if you're still here, Panda, but did you ever play any D3 beforehand? I'm not sure if I ever heard you mention it. Oh, you did play D3, okay. I guess I never knew you before D4, I guess. So I guess we never crossed paths. I don't think you ever did you ever stream any D3 at the time or no? Like back in the day? Wizard main, and you're not playing this season, bro? What's wrong with you, man? This is the Wizard season, bro.
I could do that.
Sir, hop on and drop some meteors, sir. Hop on and drop the meteors. The one season you want to play as a wizard, man.
I am returning to town.
Because it puts meteors back in its original state before the nerf, basically. Like the ethereal basically allows meteor to be what it was before they balanced it, per se. Which is what makes it very, very popular and very good this season. Yeah, so like the ethereal brings it back to what it was pre-nerf, basically. All the goodness of that. That's why I'm just like I don't know why you haven't like jumped on and hop on and literally just like you know throw some meteors for some hours, man. I tried to upgrade my ethereal weapon to primal like you, but it says it didn't work. Any ideas? Do you have any primordial ashes? Well, I can't show you right now, but you need primordial ashes, so you need enough ashes to be able to do it. So look at the recipe at the very end. It's like the 11th recipe at the end, and you have 110. Yeah, do you have that much? And you say it wouldn't let you do it. Do it from your inventory. So take off your weapon. And put it in your inventory, and then when it's in your inventory, then put it in the cube and see what happens. My gut feeling is saying is that because you're wearing it, I think is why you can't do it. Yeah, so take it off, put it in the your inventory, and then put it in the cube. Did it work? Nice. So yeah, if you can kindly rate me 5 stars on Yelp for the D3 advice, I would so appreciate it. 5 stars, and then you can be like, yo, like I couldn't function at all, like literally my life was in ruins, and then Doxa told me this one tip on D3, and like now I got like 6 girls and like 5 like different types of sports cars, and like my life is great. 5 stars. I mean, it is a little bit of an over-exaggeration, right? Who cares, right? It's just a review. Decoy, though. I see you, man. Appreciate the sub. Bad legendary bonus, but yeah. All right. So here's what you want to do. You want to know another, like, I guess, quick tip or whatever? 10 star. All right. So that one primal that you made custom, you can salvage that to get half of your mass back. So you can get half of the primordial mass you spent. Okay. So here's what you want to do. If you're going to try to do a custom primal for your ballista, save the ones like you see this one right here. I got my inventory that dropped for me. Save it. So therefore you can upgrade a bunch of them if you want down the line. Okay, because if this, like, let's say you do one and it doesn't work out, like it's really, really bad, doesn't have a good passive nor a good, legendary affix or whatever, then you can salvage that one and then do a new one so you can get half the mass back. Because if you just do it again on that same one, then you lost all 110 versus just losing just 55. Does that make sense? So save spare ones, so therefore you can do that in case you want to try to get one with at least either a good passive or a good legendary affix. Is there only 6? Too humble. Simple Tim, what's up? What's going on, man? Yeah, man, you're welcome. Just keep in mind though, you can only wear one custom primal. So don't go into your inventory and like, do 4 or 5 custom primal, items or whatever, because you can only wear one at a time. Now you can wear as many primals, like regular primals. You can wear as many of those as you like, but you can only wear one custom primal. So be careful on that. I say that because I've actually seen someone actually do that. Like when it was first introduced. And it's like, oh man, like I custom primal like 6 or 7 different pieces of gear. And he was so confused why he couldn't wear all of it. And I'm just like, yeah, you can only wear one. And he was like really mad. I'd be mad too if I didn't know. But I felt so bad because like that's so many mass wasted. Getting primordial ashes is not easy. Okay, Chikan confirm. When you do in the zone, it says coming in 51 minutes. Okay. What you been up to, by the way, Decoy? Are you still on that, was it Paragon? Oh, Marathon, right? I don't know what I said Paragon for. Marathon, right? Okay, yeah, okay, yeah. Paragon, Marathon, they rhyme. So I just got them mixed up. What is Marathon like anyway? Like I haven't really been in the loop. Is Marathon like yeah, what is Marathon like? Like I know it's like a shooter of some sort, but like is it like a Battlefields type thing? Is it a Division? Is it like a extraction shooter by Bungie, Destiny? Okay, so it's more PV. I was getting ready to say Art Raiders as an example. Okay, kind of like Apex Legends and Art Raiders mix. Okay. I've always been bad at shooters, so I kind of stay away from them. Just because I hate WASD movement, and I feel like I'm always at a disadvantage on controller, so I just stay away from shooters most of the time. The last time I was ever good at any shooters, honestly, was back GoldenEye 007 on the 64, and Perfect Dark. I was actually really good at Perfect Dark too as well, but like that was it. Past that point, I've been pretty trash at all shooters after that point.
That is too expensive.
Oh well, actually not all of them. I was actually pretty good at Splatoon. I was like, top tier ranked, and like regular ladder or whatever, not like pro ladder, but like just regular ladder. So like I did really well with Splatoon with the the motion controls. I was actually really good with that, but like any other shooters though, like I was trash. Like Call of Duty, I was trash, and everything else, like any other shooters, I was just straight up trash. You have all your VODs on YouTube. Let it go back and watch how to start in D3. The evolution of like my YouTube channel from way back in the day, man, it's been kind of crazy. It's kind of sad that I haven't had any motivation to make any recent videos, just because nothing has really changed enough for me to make new videos. And Diablo 4, it will, I guess, when the expansion hits, but the past like 3 seasons, 3, 4, 5 seasons, like there hasn't really been enough motivation for me to create a new video that isn't similar to the other video I've already made, or about the same builds that kind of do the same thing still. You know, and sure, I could clickbait people and be like, brand new, you know, crazy Heartseeker build of like that, but the reality is it's the same crap we played the past 2 seasons. So the only difference is like, you know, maybe like 1 or 2 slight differences, but not enough to like make a full new video about it in a sense. But I didn't want to play the game, I guess. The YouTube game. Yeah, I mean, it's like I think too. Don't get me wrong. Like I actually did like making videos, and I still kind of do. But at the same time, like I don't like what YouTube forces down your throat to be able to get visibility on your videos. The type of titles, the type of keywords you need to like have in your titles, like the type of thumbnail that is more suggestive to individuals for the algorithm to pick you up and stuff. Like I know why content creators do what they do, and most of them don't like it either. They don't like how they have to do it either, but it's playing the game, right? But it's hard to just make a video with a organic title and an organic thumbnail without playing to YouTube's algorithm to be able to get your stuff out there, right? It's worse now than it's probably the worst now than it's ever been. And I don't know. And sometimes, you know, I like sometimes I will make the attempt to try to like please the algorithm with some keywords. Like I'll put the word new in like all caps with like an exclamation mark. And apparently YouTube likes that because that's one of those like catchy words or whatever that I like. But I don't want to use like best or like, you know, or like, you know, crazy OP or, you know, like some of those really catchy words that sound more like clickbait than anything else. At least when I put the word new in all caps and the exclamation mark, at least it's actually true. Whereas like, oh, it is a new build. So I'm not lying. I'm not baiting you into anything that isn't true. But and the YouTube algorithm picks up on that keyword, right? So that's why you see like in the past, like, I don't know, like 10 videos, you see the word new a lot in my title. Just so therefore I can get YouTube to be like, yo, bro, please put this out there. Please don't let this drown. I did one thing you asked me to do. Okay? Please don't let it drown. But yeah. Content creators are slowly losing people like that. Well, I mean, I guess when you're in it, right? When you're in it and you're creating the video, whatnot, like the amount of hours you spend doing and creating and editing and all that stuff, like if you don't have your own editors or whatever, it's a lot of time. So like at the very least, you want to make sure that your time was worth by, you know, being able to, you know, have an audience that actually sees your content, right? So the risk of not doing it for the amount of hours you spent trying to create the content, you know, at the end of the day, you're just like, I don't want to take the risk of not trying to get the stuff out there, right? Some other catchy words that I see for mainstream generalized content is this situation is crazy. Have you guys noticed that? Like a lot, like no matter, like just different topics on YouTube. You see that a lot, right? This situation is crazy. Like that is like the new catchphrase YouTube loves. YouTube loves that. And it pushes the hell out of that. That's why you see a lot of content creators do that. Yep. And just about all like content creators in different genres, like Darth Microtransaction does that quite a bit. With PoE2, like with this PoE2 content, right? And you have people who are not in action RPGs, like gosh, what's his name? Can't even think of his name. What's his name? I don't know why I can't think of his name, but he does it a lot. That's crazy. I just went and looked at your videos, and for sure the last 7 videos had new in the title. Yeah, it does. Yeah, and like I don't like doing that, but like I have to put one keyword in there. New is just the most innocent and honest word I can use that isn't clickbait. So
I am returning to town.
I was good too on the N64 007, but I tried it like 2 years ago and then the controller was hard. Yeah, it was, but I don't know, man. I think I just played an inhumane amount of hours in 007 to the point where I got good at it. I don't think I was initially good at it, like good at that shooter, but I just think the just crazy amount of hours I spent in it that I eventually got good at it. If that makes sense. I was never gifted in the shooter category at all.
Tyrael, it's been interesting for me to
Like I know my lane for sure.
you and the Nephilim journey. I've heard so much about your
I won't say it's not fun. Like most of the shooting games I played are fun. I'm just not good. I'm just not good at WASD movement on PC. Like legit, like with WASD movement and trying to hit skills and stuff like that while moving with WASD has always tripped me up for some reason. And then when I gotta do things like throw a grenade, I'm usually throwing a grenade at like my nuts somehow. And like never at the enemy, and I'm just like, what the hell am I doing? Like just the concept of WASD just like never clicked with me. I don't know why. I know a couple they show up first over the top, but yeah. For me, the content doesn't contain any info related to the caption. It makes me not want to watch that creator in the future. Fair. That's fair. I agree. I'm also like the same way. I think the thing that or I guess the point I'm making is more so of like why they do that rather than like it being good or bad, if that makes sense. Because like in your case scenario, I would do the same thing. Like I see that and I'm like, yep, not clicking here again, right? But I also understand the other side of it, being a creator, as a why they do what seems to be stupid stuff like that, right? And it's just to appease the algorithm. And some people, might, I've calculated where it's like I might lose some good people, right? Or some audience, but am I gaining more people, or am I gaining more of an audience than the people I'm losing by clickbaiting like this? And if the answer is yes, some people will just continue to do that thing. because like the gains are worth the losses. And then for some people it's the other way around, right? But yeah, I'm saying it's counterproductive in the end. In more yeah. So here's the thing, Kill Molly. So here's the thing. For smaller creators, that is true. Like being counterproductive in the end. If small creators try to do that, it more often than not, like if they get real clickbaity, more often than not, it does spell death before their channel. Oh, okay. I'll wait. This is been the win demon owners. Low key looks cool. Yeah, this is what Dance of Knives should have been, or I guess was trying to be, but didn't like successfully reach that. That level of fun factor. I mean, Dance of Knives is not bad by any means, but the way God6 feels is a special art that Dance of Knives just has not been able to recapture.
You look like you could. Well, isn't that nice? Fortune favors.
I cannot afford that.
You look like you could use a new item of indeterminate usefulness.
More keys. I got 16. For the legendary fix for the ballista, is it better straight pierce or the one that gives shield? I would take the shield. I would take the shield. If you're pushing, the strafe, in some case, the pierce in some case scenarios can be better. Especially if you do not strafe weave, but that's a different concept altogether. But for speed farming, the shield for sure, by far. If you're pushing, they're both good, but I would probably suggest the pierce, especially if you're kind of new to God6 for sure. Appreciate the follow. If they're gonna get the frenzy buff from Faith, you can. For speed farming, that's also really good, honestly. I had it on one of my ballistas, but it was like a really early one, like when I was like a lot lower Paragon. So I had to upgrade from that, but never got the Fury fix again. So, but I would totally use that if I got it again. Kill Molly, you there? I know you said you were in ads earlier. Okay, cool. Yeah. So what I was saying is, what you were saying, like what you're saying in terms of like, it could be like it is counterproductive in the end for smaller creators. Like it will eventually spell death to their channel if they continuously clickbait, like become really clickbaity. Right, because people at that point will eventually be like, okay, yeah, I'm onto this guy, right? However, for the big channels, people tend to overlook that, or like they are annoyed by it, but they will still watch because of FOMO. Because that is if they like the creator, and he's a really big creator, or he or she's a really big creator, they don't want to be the person to not watch the video or watch the content. Straight out of FOMO. So like, so like there are people who know it's like, oh man, this is like so awful of a title. I mean, oh man, this guy's really like, baiting or whatever. But you also don't want to be the person to not know the context of that video or that whatever, because you don't want that FOMO, especially if you're in that community or you're in a community that's adjacent to that community in a sense. You want to be in the know, so you watch it anyway, right? So when you're that big, then it doesn't hurt that person's bottom line nearly as much. But unknown creator or a smaller creator, yeah, that will spell the depth of his channel, his or her channel. I know speed's not doing much, but maybe you can go to the next cap. Is it possible? I mean, like in terms of movement speed, or I mean, you feel it for sure. It also means you can kind of like loosen up on other speed items that maybe you don't want to wear or use, and can be more DPS orientated or whatever. It also makes strake weaving extremely fluid, which is why I like it. But in terms of like attack speed breakpoint, I mean, a two-hand crossbow with one roll of attack speed anywhere is gonna put you at the best breakpoint no matter what. So going over that isn't gonna help in terms of like the natural breakpoint of the basic strafe projectiles. Yeah, no, yeah, it won't give you more damage in any way or anything like that. Nah. What you'll end up doing is you'll end up reaching a breakpoint further out that ends up doing the same thing that what your crossbow is already doing without it, at a much lower breakpoint, if that makes sense. Because in reality, it's more so of a frame thing in terms of how the arrows spawn. So if your strafe hits at a certain amount of times, you know, in a frame, then you can trigger said projectile. And so if it's basically like cut up into frames, which the strafe hits multiple times per frame in a sense. So like if there's space that the strafe doesn't hit in a frame, then it's not going to trigger that projectile, and therefore that projectile comes out slower or in like slightly less time, lowering your breakpoint, etc. in terms of like the arrow actually coming out to do the damage. I'm getting really technical with it, but like ideally there's a low enough breakpoint to where the strafe hits at the exact frames to give you the maximum amount of arrows possible. And then if you want to increase that breakpoint to where the strafe is hitting considerably more times, it comes to a point where it's also hitting all the frames, but it gets hitting more times, but it's hitting every frame, and gives you the same result as slower projectiles hitting every frame exactly at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense. I was trying to explain it to you as much as I possibly can. I did a lot of research on this when GOT6 came out, but yeah. So yeah, getting to like the highest breakpoint is going to do the exact same thing as the lower breakpoint does, because what matters is whether or not the strafe hits at the exact frames it needs to hit at the exact time to give you a consistent amount of arrows per second. So, it's interesting. Like it really is a bit interesting to look up if you want to really get into it. But for most people, it's really not like relevant per se. I see the problem. I didn't have access to all the data that's being collected. Perhaps it is beneficial, and it just brings up other questions to my mind, which probably this is not this is not the best place to do it. I get it. I get you. But I guess I'll put it to you this way, Kill Molly. I'll put it this way. I will give you a different example. So you know how in general, you will see a lot of females say they don't like being treated like shit by guys, or they don't like the asshole approach or whatnot. You see that a lot. Or they don't like the typical, like, catcalling and the whatchamacallit or whatever, right? Like, the most females will tell you that doesn't, like, that doesn't do it for them, right? So with that being said, if that doesn't work, then why, over the course of decades, you guys still do it? Because if it doesn't work ever, then the guys will change up the approach, because the guys are trying to, get what they're trying to get, right? Like, the playboys or the, whatever you want to call the type of guys, like that, fuck boys, whatever, right? If those approaches don't work, then we guys wouldn't be getting what they are trying to go after. So they have to change up their approach. So the fact that that approach still works means it works somewhere, despite the fact that the general consensus is that it's bad and that females don't like it. But apparently it works enough somewhere for the guys to continue to keep doing it. So it's winning somewhere enough to where guys continue to still do it. Yes. That's kind of how that is with YouTube. So like the whole clickbait thing is not good, and people know it's pretty terrible, and people are put off by it, but it works enough somewhere in their data for the view counts and the amount of people who are watching to get them, to continue to keep doing it, and their channel still continues to grow. And I can name a couple of, I don't want to put them in the spot right now, but I can name a couple of channels that does it all the time, and they still continue to grow, a little bit by a little bit, but they're pretty big names already in the space. So while yes, we are aware that that's bad, that just, crap content, it's working enough somewhere. You know what I mean? So yeah, unfortunately, it's it's working enough somewhere. Otherwise, they wouldn't be doing it. Like, if it didn't work and they weren't making any money at all, they would stop clickbaiting. Right? Like, that would be the end of clickbaiting, period. Because it's like, well, the whole point is to get clicks. So if it's not working, and in the long term, they will stop. So there is an audience out there, or enough of an audience out there to where it's like, that some people may watch anyway, or to where it's still worth it for them. That's probably the best way I can explain it. I use the male-female thing as another example, because that's the best way I can really put it. In a different analogy. And I don't know what other problem it could lead to, since I did not voice it and it's not good. Oh no, man, no, you're fine. You're fine. I promise you're fine. You said I like the comparisons. That's true. Yeah. Yo, what's going on, man? Good morning from Romania. Okay, cool. Must be a pretty early morning for you. Like, is it like 8 in the morning for you right now? 8, 9 a.m. Okay, yeah, 9 a.m. Okay, yeah, because you're a little further than Germany. Yeah, so 9. Like a lot of my maxroll comrades, I guess you can call them, are European. So with like a chunk of them being from Germany, so with all our meetings we always have to have, I know I'm like 6 hours behind always. in terms of time zone.
I'm overburdened.
I can't pick up the key. Oh, because it's not ID'd. I'm like, why is it not stacking with that? That's weird. You know. And actually, maybe the helm might be good. We'll see.
I'm here to help.
I live in the past.
I need to go back.
Yeah, and then I have friends from like New Zealand and Australia that also live like, you know, pretty far in the future, and I keep telling them to tell me the winning lottery numbers, right? Since you're in the future, you know, right? So you know when it gets announced. So tell me what the winning lottery numbers are ahead of time, so I can go I can go play. Easy peasy, right? I'll split it. I'll split the lottery 50-50. You just give me the numbers. I'm in the past, right? Isn't that how that's supposed to work? Right?
You look like you could use a new item. What a
My
steal.
pack is full.
You look like that will look nice on you. Fortune favor. Well, isn't that nice?
All right, how many keys I got left before? 13. Okay. Seems that you really like Diablo 3 Season of Thieves. It's a different change of pace for sure. I mean, I played a lot of Diablo 3 before Diablo 4 came out, so like Diablo 3 was definitely my main game for a while. And I haven't really played Diablo 3 in a while, so. And I do like this season for sure, yes. So this is a nice change of pace from the Diablo 4 that I typically spend a lot of time in. D4 is so bugged. D4 is there's always massive amounts of unattended bugs. Gets really annoying. Like rogue usually ends up being somewhat valuable only because of a bug or two. Every single season, we're relying on something being bugged to be able to do fun amounts of damage. And most of the times, these bugs are not even fun to play or utilize or do. And it sucks. It really sucks. I've been thinking about making random rails this season. But I don't know. I was put off by it when I tried it in season 8. Oh, it's different. It's different than what is in season 8. You would like it in season 12. The way it just make sure you do the mythic version. Don't bother with the push variant at all, to be honest. Just do the mythic variant.
1228
Yo,
traded my
Darkside.
stream with 4
We just
years.
got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new
going on?
viewers. Sheezy out.
What is going on? Kill them on. Oh, did you reach your 1500 by the way? Kill them on. Not yet. Oh man, I think I was when I was listening into your stream. You said you weren't gonna stop until you get your until you get your 1500. How close are you? 100. Let's see. What do you
I am returning to town.
tomorrow? Okay. Harris Shinden, what's going on, man? The spin the wing king. My life for the outside and Toro Blizzard. How's it going, man? It's been fun getting back into D3. It was too busy dragging my booty. What else, Shell Block? Oh, were you gaming with Kill 'Em All? Like, were you in voice chat when I was in the stream? $14.23. Have you made a ZDH this season yet, Kill 'Em All? I kind of forgot to save a lot of ZDH pieces this season because I normally just play solo. So you have a Z-neck? Okay, not bad. Z-neck's probably better this season. Instant freeze and the movement speed. 20th anniversary of StarCraft recently, just March 31st. True. Come on. I was trying to stutter step to the beat of the music of the song. It was like actually really, really close. Cell Kittens with the 44 months in a row. Thank you, ma'am. How goes it? How it does do, Mrs. Cell. It's funny sometimes. I'm always playing Rogue and I have a classic friend, Broken Hype Champ. At me, well, that season he tried Rogue, got some gear, struggled with some piss, and he re-rolled to a barbarian. Yeah, it's yeah. It's funny because like that is like I've made so many. Well, not so many. Well, I could say a lot. I've submitted quite a bit of feedback to Blizzard and the devs like directly about that. And also about other Diablo partners definitely agreed. We all kind of feel the same way, so we definitely have vocalized that as a big thing. So we'll see how that actually plays out, but come on. Say who shouted you out? It's my automatic bot. The bot you told me to get, actually. For the channel. For the stream. Yeah, the auto shout out thing now. Yeah, that was your suggestion. So yeah, it's your fault. Mix it up, yeah. No, I didn't know about Mix It Up until you told me about it. I can literally pull up the DMs if you want me to. I can pull up the receipts. I got the receipts. It was a big help, by the way. Huge help. Oh, I'm about to hit 1900 Paragon. Me out here casually grinding. Oh, he's against the wall. My arrows are like ricocheting against the wall.
I must wait longer. Need more time.
Let's see. Okay, we'll get this to 120. I'm trying to like
I am returning to town.
do augment gems and also like do screams so I could quickly augment other sets when it becomes time. He's really need 3 what the heck. To be fair, I don't really come up with the gameplay. I just come in after the gameplay goes in 1 year and out the other. K-pop. What we got here? Yeah, see, this would have been a pretty nice Ariza, honestly, for farming. I had a ballista, but wanted to roll all low kinds of DPS. We got
Fortune favors the bold. Do you sing? You look like you could use a water look nice on you. Fortune favors. Do you
I'm
sing?
overburdened.
I'll give Rain of Arrows a shot because I've been inspired this season to play different rogue builds. Rain of Arrows is like Rain of Arrows is the second strongest rogue build, and it's one of the few rogue builds that isn't like propped up by bugs. Like it's a pretty clean build, if that makes sense. Because I actually have a lot of fun playing, and it's also not as convoluted as it used to be in the past. So like the version that I made the past few seasons or whatever like that makes it very or pretty easy to play. That's why I was like, you should like totally give it a shot if you haven't before in the past or whatnot. 1901 Paragon. I have not been efficient at all tonight. I've been like stopping so much and chilling in town way too long. But that's okay. Just don't let the Omega Blasters catch me chilling in town. If you know every single person here, you guys leave. Are you streaming later on? So. I'm gonna watch some anime. I gotta catch up on Jujutsu Kaisen. I have not like caught up on season 3 yet. I've been kind of slacking. I ain't gonna lie though. I will say that. Well, I don't want to ruin it for people, but or you know I don't want to spoil this for anybody who actually does like watch anime and has been slacking off on catching up like I have. So I'm like halfway through season 3 of Jujutsu Kaisen, right? And like the story, just like the whole games. I'm gonna just say games, just to kind of keep it real, like kind of vague. The whole games thing is not appealing at all. Like at all. Like the way the way it's described and like all the different types of like ridiculous types of rules and stuff, and it's so off-putting, man. Like it also feels like it just like comes out of nowhere. Like what the hell does the games have to do with anything? And then there's like a whole like episode, like half an episode explaining what the games are about. And the connection at the moment seems to make zero sense, other than just to have an arc or something. And like I love Jujutsu Kaisen for like the fight scenes and like and the fact that Mappa does the animation, and Mappa's like super good at animating anything ever, right? But this season right now, in terms of like direction and storyline, has not been it for me, man. And like the recent, hopefully things improve. It's just, I don't know. It just really just seemed like I almost thought they were making fun of like, games type, events or content or whatever. Like maybe like the, like Diablo, or like a parody almost. Like maybe like the Cell games and DBZ, or even like the Tournament of Power and Super or something. Like I thought maybe they were making like a parody to that or something, or even like the somewhat sort of tournament / games that My Hero Academia did too as well, right? So I thought maybe they were doing like a parody or something with how they were overly like being like overly complex for no reason type thing. So I thought maybe they were making fun of it. And then as I kept watching a little bit more and more, at least from where I'm at, I'm like, I don't know, this is a parody or they just really wanted to do something like this. I think it would have worked so much better as a parody, right? But I don't know. I don't know. I'm still gonna watch though. I am a fanboy. I'm still gonna watch. I will criticize, but I am definitely watching. I will watch. Yeah. I got some catching up to do. That's another ballista. Watching any of the other shows? Not at the moment. Actually, I don't even know. So I don't even know if My Hero is back or not, or its finale season. I don't know. Demon Slayer is all about the movies now. Like that's not gonna wrap up in terms of animation is concerned, until movies after movie after movie kind of thing in the theaters. What else is there that is lingering on that I'm watching? I think that's Solo Leveling. I don't think that's back yet. I could be wrong. I'm like so out of the loop. I usually have to get my students to tell me, like, yo, you've been watching so and so. I'm like, what? That's back. Like come on, Mr. Dioxide. Come on. Catch, keep up. Keep up, sir.
I am returning to town.
Someone will say Mr. Darkside, but someone also because they know that I stream or whatever, so they'll bring that out. But yes, D4 giant chicken 3 minutes. Solo leveling probably won't be back till 2027. It was only 2 seasons though, right?
You look like you could use
It was only 2 animated seasons, right? Like season 3 hasn't like happened or whatever. Like solo leveling kind of got me too. Like I loved season 1 a lot, like a lot, because I felt like, you know, granted there's a lot of, you know, typical anime tropes or whatever happening there, right? Like they kind of sort of, you know, and that's fine. It's to be expected. But like I felt the progression of the character throughout season 1. Right? Like the character progression made sense. You were kind of, you know, jiving with the whole, like, you know, him getting stronger, and if you were a gamer, it was totally relatable in terms of how he was getting stronger and stuff, and figuring out how this all like really works out and stuff. You know, like a gamer does, right? So like, then season 2 hits, and he goes from being this pretty like awkward kid that like got bullied and stuff to literally having like 10,000 plus aura like off the bat. Like he somehow just skipped this whole like, you know, like growing pains or whatever that he did in season 1 to being a complete badass for the entire season 2. And don't get me wrong, like the badassery is pretty badass, right? Like it is, you know, but the whole like what happened that got him there is completely missing. How did he get so high? Yeah, it's just like, it's like how did he overcome any of that? It's like a time skip. It's almost like, I won't say similar to, but like to a lesser extent, it's like, you know, Naruto going into Shippuden, right? Like, you know, he kind of grew up and, you know, he went from being an awkward kid to, you know, being more, you know, like, you know, less annoying, right? But at least there was some explanation of it and you can still follow. Here it's just like dude just went from like squeaky voice, you know, like, you know, puberty whatever, to like, you know, freaking like, you know what I mean? Like I feel like we missed a lot there. Like, you know, you're kind of losing me story wise, but everything else is badass though. Like I just didn't feel connected to the character anymore, because like I was that guy. I was that, you know, quirky guy, and you know, that got bullied sometimes or whatever. Never physically. It was always just usually verbally, but that's because I knew martial arts, so that's a different story. But point being is that like it was relatable. So it went from being relatable to being completely unrelatable at the start of season 2. like
Need more time.
it's just like, wait, how did he get so badass so quickly? Dude, nah, no. But yeah, it was. I still like. Don't get me wrong. I still enjoy season 2. Like it was still a lot of fun, but it was like a different kind of fun. Like not the, you know, I'm following the protagonist fun. It's the, oh, he's whipping everybody's ass like fun. You know what I mean? So it's still fun, just not in the same context. I'm not gonna say much, but it gets good, man. Manga is released so far. The animation close is gonna be fire. Oh, I mean, I don't disagree with that. I was just trying to make the connection there. That there you know, there seems to be like a missing season 2, and we got season 3 or something. It's kind of what it felt like. Like, That's what it feels like. It feels like we, like the people just forgot to animate season 2, and just went ahead and just did season 3, and it's like, oh, it was a season 2. Whoops. I guess we're just gonna just send this out and then do a prequel or something later. I don't know. We'll fix it later. That's all right. That's what it feels like. This song, though, right?
Fortune favors. Don't forget.
My pack is full.
Weird Al killed this song. This parody.
Look like you could look nice on you.
Sarah Duncan said, yeah, the animation get the entire, yeah, pretty much.
Fortune favors. What a
I cannot
steal.
afford that.
You know what's funny though, but like on the topic of anime, it always trips like any of my newer students out when I start talking about anime, because it's like they get so like some of them get so surprised. It's like, you watch anime? I'm like, yeah, bro. What you watching? Like, it's just like this new level of like, oh my god, my teacher's actually kind of cool. kind of cool, whatever, like that. Like in their eyes, cool in the eyes of weebs, if that makes sense. But yes, it always trips them out. Like anime is pretty. It's getting there. Like it's starting to, like you're starting to see it. Expand, I guess you could say. When like you start seeing animes in like movie theaters and stuff like that, where you could actually watch it in movies, and people were like, it's like, oh, well, what's this? And then like they go to the movie theater and it's like, oh, that was actually kind of cool, right? Like what was it? Texas Chainsaw. There was oh, that's a Texas. Sorry, Chainsaw Redemption? What was it? I actually forgot like the full title of it. You had that, and then of course you had the Chainsaw Man, yeah. But then you had the Demon Slayer movie, obviously, too, as well. Like, and then you had the super. I know. I didn't see it, but I know. The sales judge me so hard in the background. But like, and then you had what was Dragon Ball Super, superhero in a sense. So like, yeah, like you've had quite a few anime movies that have came out that has been good, rated well or pretty well considering, right? So I got all jumbled up, so I was trying to remember. I'm old now, okay? I'm 41, I'm old. You must forgive. Oh, yes. I was like, you're not old. Sorry, Killamar. I know I don't have as many experience points as you have. So I guess relatively speaking, yeah. I guess you can call them life points, right? Or experience points. You don't get older, you just level up, basically. I mean, neither do you get that compilation where, you know, times where you get silly things mixed up. I got some embarrassing ones that I am totally not going to mention right now. I could think of like 2. Really embarrassing. Really embarrassing ones. Like the one time I mispronounced memes because I didn't know what it was initially at the time. This was years ago. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what I said. Yes. The amount of like lols in chat was like said everything I need to know about how I pronounce that. Yeah. You called me. Yeah, I sure did. I sure did, Glenn. I did. And I did it proudly too, without knowing. Which I guess is what made it more funny for everyone else. Cause like it didn't even look like I was joking. Like it looked like I was dead serious. So I couldn't even play it off as if I was joking at all, right? Cause like, I gave the, you know, deadpan delivery with it. Yeah. The lows were definitely deserved there. For sure. Cause just ran with it and made a bit. I mean, I don't know. I guess I wasn't. There are times I guess where I could be really witty, and then there are other times where I just like lock up and freeze up and don't know what to do or what to say. And that time was definitely the latter, where I couldn't think of anything. I couldn't think of any cool way to run with it or get out of it or anything. I just had to like I had to take the L. So I guess took the L. I'm just like, I'm going to just take this L hard. Yeah. It said engaged in lead, but I didn't see it. I'm not going back to check. I feel like 128 is like the comfort point. I know it's like I'm not getting under 2 all the time, 2 minutes at a time, but maybe averaging around like 210 roughly, maybe on the 128 is probably fine with me. Just I do spend more time in town than I should. I'm not really benefiting as much if I was to cut it down by 10 or 15 seconds. Because of my massive inefficiency in town. Yeah, that was me. You're sorry. You're not sorry. You're just like them, so. You were just like them. And to be fair, I would have been just like them too if I was on the other side. So I ain't gonna lie. I am not gonna lie. That would have been me too.
I'm returning to town.
I've gotten several ballistas this tonight, but none of them have had anything on it that I want. Like not a single passive or legendary fix that I could use. And if it did have one or the other, it would be like low damage, like real low damage. She called me. Yeah, let's put this in the thing though.
Rodraken raided my stream with 14
Yo,
views.
Dark Side, we just got raided, son. You know how we do. Drop my new beat for these new viewers. Sheezy out.
Right. Yeah, it's been a minute since I've seen you, sir. How's it been going? Looks like you've been playing some WoW. Oh, I didn't even check that DML if that was good or not. Dang it. I just always assume all of them are bad. That I just salvage. I just go straight to salvaging, you know.
Isn't that nice? Fortune favors
I'm
you.
overburdened.
You look like you could use it soon.
You hang around, you know. I guess it's like in the time frames that I have been like streaming in general, like I've seen so many people kind of come and go in this space, right? Like this streaming space that like when you recognize names that, you know, are still kind of doing the thing, it's actually kind of cool. Like, oh yeah, that person's still doing the thing. Like longevity, even part-time is like really difficult to pull off. Has area damage on it, so I think I'll kind of keep, even though it is like whatchamacallit. How's D3? Good. Well, it's the ethereal season, so like ethereals have always been a lot of fun. Guess man, have a good night. Gotta go sleep. All good, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, like just so many. Like there's so many people I remember from like when I first started that don't do it anymore, right? For various different reasons, right? Like there's like a gajillion reasons why that is, you know. It's like when I recognize names that, you know, from people that have been doing it ever since I was starting to doing it, it's like kind of cool to still see them, you know, kind of still be around, you know. Some just like up at the Facebook. Yeah. like even myself, I don't stream as often as I used to. Like I was more like, you know, 5-6 days a week or whatever, 6 days a week really for a while. And now I kind of like just do mostly seasonal stuff, like whereas like I'll play for like the first 2.5, I'll stream for like the first 2.5 weeks of the season, and then I'll kind of like fall out for a week or two or something, and unless some news come up, and then I'll stream that. Right. Yeah, for me it was just different because, you know, I think people have heard this before, so I apologize for repeating this for those who have heard, who's been here when I said it. But like ever since like the Twitch ad revenue drop, like significant drop, because you know ad revenue or you know companies started pulling out of you know ads, and it's not like Twitch did anything wrong. It's just a matter of, you know, not as many people like, you know, are at home watching streams like they used to, right? You know. So companies pull out. When companies pull out, that's less revenue for Twitch, and less revenue for Twitch means less revenue for us. So, you know, yeah. So what we used to make on regular ad revenue for, you know, X amount of time of ads you had to show, it's almost 90% less than what it was. I did the math on it. Like it is a huge hit. And since there was a time frame where I was relying on it as a part-time thing, like, you know, it's like my kind of like my second job ish, not like a great second job, but enough to where it's like, hey, I love streaming, having fun, and I can also pay a couple of bills while doing it. Like it got to that point, right? So when, you know, got the house and everything, and end up with, you know, more bills and, you know, things costing more, you know, a bit more money, when the ad revenue, you know, literally dove like straight through hell, it really hurt like what I was doing at the time, because time investment started becoming a net negative versus a net positive. It's not anything that anyone did wrong. Like it's not like the viewers to stop watching, or, you know, I got less subscriptions or anything like that. It was literally the ad revenue, and that would be kind of consistently decent, just went completely off the map. And so at that point, it's like, I want to still do it 6 days a week or whatever, but at the same time, I got bills to pay. So it's like, I can't not just make a secondary income. I mean, as a teacher, you know, at that, I can't not have a secondary source of income that I can rely on. So it was amazing that I was able to get Twitch to be that, like Twitch and YouTube to be that. Like a lot of people, it's a space that not many people get to you know, be in. So I was lucky enough for that. But, you know, again, that fell off the earth since Twitch started paying a heck of a lot less for ad revenue, the same amount of ad revenue or ads as before. What's my primary job? I'm a teacher. I teach music at a high school. So with that being said, right, it just became it. I would like to be able to still stream as much as I'm gonna say as much as I used to, but more often, but it not being a net negative for me in the terms of like, you know, I got to figure out how to make something else work because I chose to stream instead of work a second job, if that makes sense. So like, I can't put like, you know, the wifey in that situation, if that makes sense. Given the fact that we have a house, you know what I mean? So like, I have to be more wary of just, you know, of it just being myself, right? You know, so I'm still trying to work it out. I'm still trying to work it or try to figure it out where it's like, okay, well, can I stream at least 4 days a week or something, or, you know, maybe 3 days a week, and then, you know, take, you know, to where I'm not taking as much of a hit, but I can still have fun and talk to my viewers and stuff. And like, you know, but, you know, inflation and, you know, prices and stuff has gone up, and, you know, just in general. I mean, it's just what happens, right? You know, I don't want to talk, you know, completely about it, but it's like when things become more expensive, it's harder to justify what you were doing before if it's a net negative. And that's the hard part. So I do tell my audience where it's like, you know, if you don't see me for a little bit, it's not because I don't want to stream, or it's not because I, you know, or I'm not, you know, or I'm just going to kind of fall off and whatnot. It's just literally, honestly, at the time, I might not be able to afford it. That's a sad reality. And like, and there's nothing that anyone has done like wrong at all, right? It's just the way things are now on the Twitch platform, in a sense. And I can't even blame Twitch 100% because they've been bleeding money the entire time. They have not made a profit since being in existence, basically. So when ad revenue started, you know, or when companies start pulling out ads, then that only made things even considerably worse for Twitch, right? Don't get me wrong, they do some shady stuff too. I am not defending Twitch by any means. But from a business standpoint, I can understand why the dip happened. I'm still holding out for Variety Art Die. Yeah, I'm thinking of it, so I really am. What did you say? That's sick? Oh, you mean me being a teacher? I love it. Yeah, I totally understand. I work full time myself. Yeah. Well, now it's like, you know, since Twitch can't really be relied on as a second job anymore, I have to work a second job. So now it's like I have the full time job. I have the second gig job ish or whatever like that to help support. And then it's like, okay, well, when can I stream now? You know, it's like, how do I fit streaming into that new ecosystem now? That's kind of where I'm at. That being a variety streamer. I mean, I think now would be the best time to try to do that, because at this point, for me, it's not about the growth or like, you know, losing audience per se, because, you know, I'm not caring. I'm not saying that all I cared about was metrics before. I kind of had to care a little bit when I was making some money off of it. But now, with the way things are, is like I don't really care about that anymore, because it doesn't pay much, you know, almost like next to nothing now. So it's like, if I want to go into variety, now is the time to do it, right? Because I'm, you know, what do I have to lose at the end of the day at this point? Right? So, yeah. What games that piqued my interest? Well, I like where winds meet. That has been pretty fun. I haven't had as much time to play it, but that's been pretty fun. I generally like action RPGs. I do like roguelikes a lot. For like Hades 2 and stuff like that. I love some roguelikes. I don't mind Souls likes. I will do some Souls likes. But I prefer roguelikes if I had to make a, you know, choice of there. But where winds meet is pretty just generally fun. I also enjoy the Monster Hunter series, but you know, that's a hard sell to stream just because of, you know, the performance issues of that game, and you know, it really not having much of an audience right now until the expansion comes out, right? So, and I also used to be really big into fighting games. But there are no fighters right now that I kind of really want to play, and the only one that like I pick up and play, you know, every now and then is like Smash Ultimate, because I actually used to be a PGR player and play in tournaments and stuff. WWE 2K26. I tried Where Winds Meet, the mobile version, for a while. Really? There's a mobile version of that? I enjoy watching you play WWE. So your banter in certain kind of games really makes the viewing experience. It really does. Literally, your banter in Diablo 3 when I rated you for the very first time was legit why I followed you after rating you. I was like, this is comical. I gotta come back. I gotta come back sometime. And how many years later has it been since then?
Good to see you.
Let's see, 120. Oh, I guess I need to do this too. Dude, I think you were one of your first big raids. I still remember the model that you had at the time, like your was it like the first VTuber model that you had or whatever, and just like the reactions when you, I don't know. I wish I would have like clipped like that moment or whatnot, but it was I mean I was like dying on the floor, like with just some just it was literally just within 5 minutes of rating YouTube. And like I think it wasn't just me, but it was like quite a few of my audience at the time was like stuck around and whatnot, and like some of them still, you know, drop by your stream nowadays, even years later. Like, you made an impression. It was great though. It was fun. It was great.
Use a new Don't forget, luck always changes. Fortune favors.
I can't carry anymore.
You look like you could use you soon. Fortune favors the boy.
I cannot afford
Isn't
that.
that nice?
I think that was all my keys. Huh, I got 3 more. And then I guess we'll keep on. Don't need bounties? Nah. I do visions in between Nephilim rifts to kind of keep it fresh. So I definitely have enough bounty mats for what I want to do. Souls, yeah, Souls is the true bottleneck. I need to check in with my dealer, Shane Tasung. Is usually my soul supplier. And dude has been in so many Mortal Kombats and stuff. So many matches that like he has souls for days, man. For those who know, if you know, you know. I think Simple Man he got it. I'm sorry, went with for 3 minutes. Is that Congo is up?
I am returning to town.
Right, those are yellow I missed. Oh, there it is. How am I keeping 27 momentum? Am I skipping the our secret animation? I just kind of push the button again. So like when I'm strafing or whatever, if you hit the hunger and arrow button while you're strafing, you'll do like this little like skip, sort of, and that builds up your momentum stacks. Now, once it reaches 20, it stays for 5 seconds before it starts to deteriorate once per second. So as long as you cast it once per second, once you hit 20, not once per second, so once every 5 seconds, once you hit 20, you'll keep up your momentum the entire time. Now, I tend to skip a lot like this here when I play because I'm trying to reset the breakpoint manually to squeak out like a teeny bit more damage. It's not necessary at all. Like it's not something you have to do or anything, but like for those who don't mind like the extra work in that, it can be advantageous, but not something that you're probably going to like, not something you're going to like recognize or feel if you haven't been doing it for a while. So yeah, you don't have to cast nearly as often as I'm doing it. Yeah, just weave it in, basically. I kind of want to kill the Trasher because this is like a really good mob type. Fatties. I know. I'd appreciate the follow. Yeah, normally I don't stick around for trash like this, but I do like this mob type a lot. They're also super easy to keep scores up against too. It's a huge plus. Yeah, I didn't get any of the good pylons though. Speed and channeling, and it still ended up being a good run. Or a decent run.
Need more time.
Okay, that is it for my keys. Switch over.
You have a gem?
I'm returning to town. You'll try to get accustomed to that.
River.
You look like you could use another looking
My
nice
pack is
on
full.
You have a question. 2-minute 120s or 2.5 125s, which is better for XP? So technically the 2-minute
you.
120s would be
Burdened.
Always change.
technically. If you're just looking at it from like in the bubble, that's the case. However, that only truly works out that way if your town time is very efficient. So like let's say like if you spend, you know, a bit of time in town, or like, you know, you don't have like salvage macros or whatever like that. Or whatnot. Like if you have salvage macros, then the 2-minute 120 would be more efficient. But like if you don't have salvage macros and you do spend a normal or an average person's amount of time in town, then the 2.5 minute 125 would actually be a little better, like a teeny bit better. So, personally, because of my town time, like I tend to take breaks and all those kind of things. Like the 2.5 minute 125 would make more sense for me, and I also don't have any salvage macros. But yeah. If you are hyper efficient, like hyper efficient with everything, the 2-minute 120s is what I would suggest.
Fortune favors.
Otherwise, other way around.
Not ready. Still waiting.
Bullets is so much fun. But if she's gonna stick with, gonna push. Speaking of Marauders, nice. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing actually. I'm just spending like the weekday, like this week of weekdays, gearing up for the weekend to push. Because I'm probably gonna do all the pushing at like once as I'm like, you know, once with the weekend hit, I'm not gonna grind any more Paragon or gear, whatever. It just whatever I have is what I have, and then I push with that basically. Zeal was up, so I'll probably hit somewhere like around 2K Paragon. 2K, maybe 2100, maybe. Maybe. Which is definitely enough for the 150 for Marauders, easily. I don't. I think I can pull it off with Guy 6 as well. The 150, it'll be a lot harder to do than Marauders at this Paragon, and not nearly as much fun. UE, I don't think I'd have the Paragon for a 150 for UE. Maybe. No. Well,
I am returning to town.
I don't think so. But I'll go as high as I can, as my gear will allow me to. Would Wizard appreciate a follow? Got a vision, but I'll save it for when I'm done with the Nephilim Rift, so I can save 30 seconds. Top UE is much more, yeah, which is easy to beat right now, like really easy to beat, really. But that's because no one's really like trying yet, or might not try. We'll see. You might have like one person that might try, like outside of me. But the one guy who did do the 128 is also wearing Hexen pants. So whoever that is. There's probably like maybe 3 people I know that can pull off, 2 or 3 people that I know that can pull off a Hexen Pants UE. So yeah, that's because he probably got the Dawn on his weapon, so he had the Cube Yangs. Alright, vision time. While I wait for Nephilim to close. Yeah, his low of 954. They quit out for the visions, yeah. Like I said, he really wasn't like trying. He just put something out there just to get the rank 1, which wasn't hard to get for him, so. So he just took whatever he got, that roll, what it was. And to be quite honest with you, I mean, it being at 54%, you lose some toughness when it's down, obviously. But like the amount of damage he loses for that is like maybe 5%, 10%, somewhere around that range, maybe for having a lower cooldown, maybe, if even. So it's really not that big of a deal. Guess I'm full. I guess I'll go back to this gen. Now I want to wait, yeah, because no one's gonna push for Shadow, really. Like seriously push for Shadow, because no ethereal. So literally playing Shadow is like playing non-season Demon Hunter at that point. So some people will do it for the LOLs, and that's really about it. I'm not even gonna gear up a Shadow, to be honest. I mean, I like Shadow, don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna gear up to play regular Shadow. Hydra bow.
Need more time. I am returning to town.
Got a good amount of souls out of that.
Fortune favors, huh?
I cannot
I
afford
didn't
that.
even know I had that thing.
Still waiting. need to go back.
Auto damage compared to the other gems. Appreciate the follow. Weeping Hollow.
I need to go back.
Back to Neff.
I will. I'm still waiting. Sweet revenge. Need more time. I am returning to town. Still waiting.
Actually, let me go this way.
That was just a taste.
Oh, whoops, I forgot. This is floor 1. speed.
I need to go back.
Your skill has grown.
You look like you could use a new item of, indeterminate usefulness.
I'm going all the wrong ways.
I'm still waiting.
Okay. I was glad I was on this floor. For some reason I thought it might have been the other floor. Because of how that looked.
I'm returning to town.
Check something.
Your fear betrays you. Not resting.
Fence. Hmm. Love this song. Dragon, what's going on? Do you think the expansion would debut a new region? Honestly, I don't know. I honestly do not know what to expect. I'm assuming maybe some more in-depth look at some of the systems, I guess, maybe. Or something. I think things like skill trees and the new region, I think they probably want to keep hidden. I don't think they want that to leak, or for us to know about it until we actually like play. Which I can understand that. So I think it will be some of the things that we've already seen before, and then there might be like a couple of snippets that is a little new, but probably not too revealing. Just to kind of sort of increase hype, I guess. They have sort of new map. You mean like the fact that it's that there is gonna be a new area, or are you saying like they have to show like all the details of that area? So I guess what I mean is that like they would be, I guess just to kind of keep some of it fresh from when people play it, like when it launches. I think they will be a little more, because I mean, unlike the times before, like by now we would have had considerably more information on the in-depths of like the game systems and stuff, and we haven't gotten that all this time around. Like we even had like a PTR ish going into the first expansion to kind of test some things about some of the systems, whereas this time around we don't have any of that at all. So it does really feel like they kind of want to keep most things under wraps. So I do think some things will be revealed, and it'll be kind of neat, but we won't get. I don't think it'll be like as big of a reveal as like a new class or something in terms of like the how major it is, I guess. But I'll be at work when IGN talks about it or whatever. So what I'll do is I'll end up streaming it tomorrow night or whatever, or tonight, I guess. When I get home, I'll stream it and watch it and then talk about it. And then I will jump back into D3. And D4, yes. No, I guess what I'm asking is like they didn't give us all the information of the new region. I guess is what I'm saying. Like we don't know everything about Skogas. We know that it is Skogas. We know that they show some clips of the area, like a little bit of the area, but like we don't know all the details about Skogas. D4. There's still quite a bit of that they're not talking about. They somewhat did that with whatchamacallit in first expansion as well. Like we knew about the new area, but they left some things out. I need this one. I'm checking out if there'll be a new area. I thought. Okay, so okay, I misread the question. Then that's my fault. Do you think the expansion will debut? I thought you were talking about like the the live stream tomorrow. Like, will they reveal a new region? My bad. I totally misread that. You're right, Monkey Clown. That is my bad. But yes, there will definitely be a new area. I'm gonna save myself a lot of time by just reading that properly, right? Yeah, man. Yeah. So I had the wrong perception because I misread what you said. But yeah, there will be a whole new region. Scovos. It's supposed to be like a brighter, like a more lighthearted, I guess, region with more colors, like a bit brighter than like the other regions that are like, you know, more so dark and gloomy. So this is supposed to be like the opposite of that kind of. Which I think works well, considering that you got the paladin coming to as well, right? He's supposed to be the light, and then of course you got the warlock, which, you know, other side of the paladin for sure. But yeah, the Scovos would be interesting. Like, I think Nahantu was really cool visually, but like I was never interested in like exploring Nahantu at all, like whatsoever, despite how good it looked visually. Like, the art team always does a fantastic job, but I was just never interested in being in Nahantu at all, ever, unless it was for the whatchamacallit. Kind of forgot the name of that thing already.
Go back.
Big West is Hill and ECC. I don't know. That's actually a good question. You said the next one's gonna be scoliosis, Scovos. Oh man. But what up? What's the quickest way to level in D3 these days? To the challenge drift. Depends on the class, but mostly it's kill streaks. DH, yeah, kill streaks. Go to Temple of the Firstborn, which is where I'm at right now. Do kill streaks. But there's like a method. There's like a method that in which, you know, when you're supposed to gamble certain items at certain levels and stuff. DH, you want to try to get one of the knives early, because there's a 50% chance you will get either a Carla's point or a Phantom Knives or whatever, and then you use it to kind of help level and stuff. So, you got your 25 reduced level requirement. That's really good. Still, is there a level? Is there a way to still level with one map in D3? Yeah, you can do a Equine Nightmare. Literally one Equine Nightmare will get somebody from 0 to 60. But then that person will have like no gear. So they'd be kind of stuck in, unless someone like carried them through the, you know, a little bit more to get some gear. It's been so long since you did D3. I got you. Yeah, I had to kind of like brush it off, like brush off the rest. Yeah, the rest too as well. To like recall and like remember some stuff. New season? Yeah. Or repeat season, I guess you could say. But yeah, this is ethereal season. Started again this past Friday. I've been mostly casual with it, I guess you could say. I play like about 4 hours a day, roughly, maybe. Which is nothing like it used to be in the past when like a season would come out. I guess I don't have the same time anymore. Nor do I have the motivation to farm like that many paragons for that long period of time. But it's fun though. It's fun going back and playing a season that's fun to play. Series is definitely fun to play. God 6 Demon Hunter? Yeah. Wait, is Datmoz playing a Demon Hunter? What? Alright. Datmoz is playing Sword. Well, yeah, that makes sense, because Source is like, well, Wizard. No, Wizard is like the strongest class for this season, right? So people tend to navigate or tend to, you know, trek towards that when you're trying to play a season or speed run through a season, right? So I was surprised to see him on. Well, I mean, Demon Hunter for God 6 with Ballista, obviously, yes, very very good. But like him doing UE is surprising. I'm saying you can't. But I wouldn't expect that, you know, to see like off meta ish sets or whatever, or builds for speeds or whatever. So that's kind of cool. I hate this Jar of Souls. Can I not leave? Can I not like not do it? No, I gotta do it, don't I? Yeah, I gotta do it. I think you probably had your worst season start so far. Mine was okay. Like it wasn't great, but it wasn't the worst it could have been. It was just literally okay. What class were you playing, Jamin? Oh, wizard. Dead wands. Yeah, wizard. Get the disintegrate all the way to 70. Ooh. DMO, so I actually like DMO, but yes, for farming it does suck. It's awful. I love some Frozen Orb. The DMO is quite annoying to like keep up with on like for farming. I think I did Magic Missile or something for like the early times of DMO because it's like easy to maintain. That was more so for the Soul Shard season where the was it Soul? No, it was the is it Angelic Crucibles that the missiles have like you get like a bunch of missiles or whatever like that. Kind of forgot. Crucibles, yeah, okay, yeah. I was thinking Soul Shards for a second, but yeah. First theory was Wind Force. On your wizard? I mean, I know a wizard can wear a bow or whatever like that. But I mean, I guess you can get through on any class, really. Because I got 92 DPs from it. Cricklebon. Aren't you on my friends list? Okay. Give me a sec.
You look like you could use.
I'll level you real quick.
Can I have it?
Is this your first character?
You look like you could use a new.
I'm overburdened.
I didn't even
Okay.
know I
All right. So it's gonna have to be a Echo Nightmare then. Okay.
Fortune favors, but don't forget, luck always changes.
So the game routine said later by dropping me the Oculus just wrong at this.
Did you let John Dart trap you?
Wow, did you really just like get to level 4 and just gave up? You're just like, okay, this is taking too long. You got to level 4 and he's like, nah, screw this, man. Look, I just every 12 minutes. Alright. Wow. he just takes it on the chin. No, it's fine. When I turn in, it's gonna get you to 70 immediately, so don't worry about it. It's better off that you're dead anyway. I do want to at least get to 125 so I can get my gem, and that's it. I don't care about the rest. Am I fully ogged? Not yet. Not quite. 2 pieces are not ogged. But that's because they're not ancient. So. I don't think I'm gonna worry about trying to get the goblin. Trying. Oh. This map sucks too. So much. Alright, there we go. Oh, you're fully augmented? Nice. Yeah. And I got 282 paragons here. Spend those points wisely. GG's, you did good. Got 2 challenge mode catches and just crash them super vicious. Yeah. But that should have gotten you a bunch of stuff. That chest.
Not ready. Still waiting.
Bowlers will like never not be satisfying. Kitty map.
need to go back.
Tried going higher than 135 with God, but I made the swap to Marauders. It feels so much better. I think you're right there in the Marauder leaderboard. I'm enjoying the survivability. It's super easy. I just need more Paragons and all that. Yeah. Yeah, Marauders is like you can pretty much reach 150 at about 1400 Paragon, honestly. Like if you really try with like good gear and like good fishing, like you can do it at a pretty low Paragon this season. I'm gonna do Marauders as well at some point. Three different sets really. But I kind of want to do multi-shot on Marauders. I don't really want to do cluster arrow. I don't know. I never really liked cluster arrow, like with sentries that, like the poor aim of the sentries, kind of just shooting wherever it kind of wants to. The fact that cluster arrow is very like, you know, kind of like narrow, just annoys me. No matter how like strong it really is, it just annoys me when it like starts attacking everything but what I want to attack. Right? At least with multi-shot, it has such a wide, you know, AOE that you know, even if it doesn't aim where you want it to, it's still gonna hit probably what you want it to hit. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna hit 2K tonight or anything. I'm farming keys and visions for the rest of the time being. But yeah, I'll probably be 2K before I push this weekend. So I could go for the rank 1 God 6 right now, like, or rank 1 God. But I don't know. Maybe I'll like make that my first push. I won't really try to go for the 150 unless the 147 is like smooth. Like the 140 wasn't bad. I was able to get that done in like, what was it, 4 minutes? Like the fact that I was able to get it done in 4 minutes is like kind of was kind of crazy. You see? I mean, it was a good map with good pylons for sure. Let's see. Yeah, the 140 in 4 minutes. So I know that given like a map like that, I could have done a 150 if I had that same exact map and that mob type on that Festering Woods. Not Festering Woods, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but once I'm done with God 6, I'm like I'm done with God 6. Like I won't mess with it unless I have to farm keys or something. After the push. Oh, whoops! I have things to salvage. If I get a good theory for multi-shot, I'll try it with Marauder just for funsies. Yeah, I have a very specific variation that I do for Marauders with multi-shot. There's multiple different ones I do, but there's one very specific one where I don't go focus and restrain at all, and I go no generator multi-shot, so it's literally just multi-shot spam the entire time. So it's like COE with Obsidian Ring. And I'm able to kind of keep a full Vengeance uptime because of the Obsidian Ring, as well as full uptime on Wolf and some other stuff. It's actually quite a bit fun because you don't have to worry about the generator in a sense. And I guess with the not back as well, I can go with strong arm bracers for a little extra damage to kind of make up for not doing focus and restraint or whatever. But it's literally you're just spraying multi-shot the entire time. Like the fun factor is ridiculous, but it is weaker than like a focus and restraint. like maybe like 1 tier weaker. So not a big deal. So I assume I should be able to get the 150. Given that the set with the bow itself is just really strong to regardless. I should be able to pull that off without too much of a hassle with multi-shot. Physical, nah, it's fire. You have to do fire for Marauders. Physical for UE for sure, but fire for Marauders. Yeah, we'll see how that feels. Like if I feel it's gonna be too fishy, then I'll just stick with, you know, traditional cluster arrow, get the 150, and then move off of it. But I kind of don't want to do that. Be right back in 45 minutes when I finish this. Map sucks. He's need a good theory. I tried the Obsidian COE. That sounds fun. It really is. Like it feels like the true definition of multi-shot in a sense. Like what you expect multi-shot to feel like in play. I mean, UE is that too. Don't get me wrong, but like being able to do it without a generator, like period, just literally just multi-shot. It's a different type of fun factor. It was really good in the what was it, the Soul Shard season because of having an extra cooldown skill, getting more damage because of the shard in the helm. So it really worked out well then, which is where I created it, or that's how I created it in the first place. But yeah.
I need to go back.
Well, I think if I go Obsidian Ring though, like I would be pretty quick. Not Obsidian Ring. If I go Strong Arms, I'd be pretty naturally. I wouldn't have wraps because I can't use wraps. So generator. So, but there's Lucunis, but we got the Wind Force Ethereal. I think the knockback that happens is gonna work in favor of Strong Arms a lot better. Would you still use yeah, definitely RLG, yeah. Warrior Ring for sure. Because you have to go Captain Crimson still, so like that's a Captain Crimson is a must for Marauders and UE. You can't not do it. John Tyrion is hard. You gonna take a smoke break? Come back to it. Take a lunch break real quick.
Too low on distance.
Yep, and Strong Arms is 30% more damage, but it is additive. It's not multiplicative, so it's additive to, well, it's additive to your skill damage. So like, you know, your multi-shot damage or whatever. But it's still better than like nothing, if that makes sense. It ends up being like maybe roughly like 20, like a 30% roll ends up being like maybe 22% more damage roughly if you take into account the diminishing returns.
My pack is full.
It's been a while since I've done it, so I gotta, you know, figure out the just the whole flow of it and how much defense I'm gonna need for that 150 and all that. Because I oftentimes tend to not want to do when I tend to be to want to play glassy or be like extremely glassy. So knowing me, I'd probably try to do it without the belt in the queue. But I add like some mage fist or hexing pants or something for myself. I feel like I would die horrible deaths. With more Paragon, it wouldn't that wouldn't be a problem. But like at my Paragon, that's a death sentence probably. But knowing me, I would try it anyway. Be greedy with Mirage that you can play so far back. I mean, technically, yeah, but there are times where you want to stand in the power circle or the Oculus ring sometimes, and sometimes you just need enough toughness to be able to like take a few hits while you're in the circle. Like you see these circles right here. If they're overlapped like that, it's almost like you don't not want to take it. If that makes sense. So sometimes that can bite you, despite the fact that you're getting good value off of steady aim and you know Zays or whatever for being far back. At the same time, it's like you might be missing those circles. Oh, and squirts too as well. That's usually like my biggest decision making factor is like, are those circles worth me losing maybe squirts I might have had up at the time? Squirts, you know, less range from Zays, and steady aim, of course. And then when I think about it, I'm just like, that's probably not worth. And then I get hit, and I'm like, dang it, I should have went in the circle. But I find that fun. The power boost in ethereal won't be too bad. Being tanky won't need much damage. I mean, yes, I mean true, but like by nature, I'm a glass cannon player in a sense. I like to be risky and hopefully be able to use whatever ability I possibly can to stay alive. Just to squeeze out maybe a tier or two worth more damage. I just find that quite fun to do whenever I can do it that way. Because it also can mean less keys for the whole pushing thing too as well. If I just had the damage just to deal with it. You guys got a non-ancient crit dex vitality. Of course, okay, all right. Using Hellcat though. Trying to remember. Last time I checked, I mean that's fun. But the grenade, so the grenades from like, well, how do I explain this? The grenades don't get the damage buff from the Sentry Fire plus arrows. It does from you, but not from the sentries, which is where all your damage is coming. Yeah. I tried it way back. And yeah, it don't. The damage only works. The damage portion only works for you, not the sentries. Like the bounces and stuff, like all the extra bounces and stuff like that doesn't work on the sentries either. But it works on your cluster arrow.
I am returning to town.
And that's it. So if there was like a set that was like focused on cluster arrow, then that belt would be best in slot by far. Like no competition. But because the sentries don't get that buff, it's just kind of unfortunate. Imagine if it did though. Like, do you know how much do you know how much damage you would deal if the sentries actually got that buff? Like, it would be Marauders would be the single-handedly the strongest set in the game by a significant margin if that belt worked on sentries. Not even kidding you. Like, yeah, I mean, it wouldn't even be close. Like, you'd be getting 150s every season and, like, 800, 900 Paragon easily. Every season without a season thing. It would be incredibly broken. So with that said, I assume that is why they didn't. They made sure it didn't work with that. It's a fun idea though. Like it's definitely a really cool thought though. You watch that ASAP. Yeah, I'm trying to think of what else is there, cause like, so with that setup with Obsidian Ring and COE, you can upkeep Vengeance without needing to cube down, because you can't cube down anyways, so you can upkeep Vengeance by literally just shooting, right? And then your wolves will have 100% uptime too as well. So it plays, similar to like a normal Marauders or whatever, right? Just without the generator. So everything else kind of, mostly remains the same. And if you can get enough resource cost reduction, like let's say on the quiver or something, you can go for Dark Heart for your Vengeance over having to go Seath like you normally would for extra damage reduction. But it just depends on how much resource cost reduction you have and whether or not you get like a channeling, shrine thing from your potions or whatever early or not.
I am returning to town.
And if that's what the Yang's effect. Well, the thing is that the Yangs. So here's the issue with that. I see what you're saying, but here's the issue with that. Like Yangs, when it's cubed, you don't get resource cost reduction when it's cubed. On the Yangs, you only get the attack speed and the damage. That's it. You don't get any resource cost reduction. So like, as a legendary affix, yeah. I mean, it's good. Don't get me wrong, but you don't see it. You see, it's just the attack faster, and you get the damage increase. So you don't get the resource cost reduction when you cube it, or when it rolls on the bow. Yeah. So basically, a wind force is just a super Yangs. At the end of the day, like a souped up Yangs. Literally. A souped up Yangs that can knock back I'm gonna do. Appreciate the follow. I really was. I'm very tired of bad aim with my little foot. Yeah, me too, man. Me too. Like I said, I'm pretty sure the 150 won't be too challenging with multi-shot. On Marauder. I just know that I might have to try just a little harder than I would have had it if I just went cluster arrow instead. Just a little. J-Matt, what's up? How's Impale? Impale doesn't have a ethereal. Like there is no there is no knife ethereal, so I mean you can do Impale if you want, but if you do Impale this season, it's basically like playing Impale non-season. Because you don't get ethereal with Impale, unfortunately. Well, if it gets skill on your part, it's not though, Brizzle, because you can't really control the AI of the sentries. They don't shoot where you shoot. They shoot basically. So basically, they tend to want to target the lowest HP mob. The mob with the least amount of HP is what sentries typically auto target. That's why if you ever like when you fight a Rift Guardian that has ads or whatever, it's like really bad for Marauders, because what ends up happening is that the moment that the ads pop out, the sentries automatically target the ads because the ads have less HP, and so like it ends up missing the Rift Guardian multiple times, and that's when it becomes really annoying, like super annoying. So that part is definitely not a skill issue. That's not you doing anything wrong. That's just the way the AI is just coded for the sentries. Oh, cool. I mean, Impale is still like, you know, like it's not bad, but obviously like it's not getting any power jump from anything because there's no ethereal for it. It's funny because like Impale legendaries can roll on ethereal weapons, so it's kind of really weird that, you know, Impale weapons, like Impale related stuff, can roll on like a two-hander or whatever like that, but you can't use the actual weapon for Impale, which is funny. Like what is even the point of that? J Mac, what's going on, man? I'm actually kind of curious. Oh, that is a goblin. Okay. Satisfying amount of explosions. I should have never got rid of my entanglement shot ballista. Now that I think about it, I had a pretty decent one, and I just salvaged it.
I need to go back.
It's so fun to play. It is. I love the I love doing bolas for T16 for sure. I'm great with guy pushing it. About guy pushing it, spinning in circles at high speeds past 140 makes you dizzy. Hit the Crusader and it's nowhere near as fun as EH. I mean, it can be on certain seasons. Like on the Crucible season, it is a ton. The Crusader builds are a lot of fun and vastly like different. But like I was saying before, it's basically seasonal based. Okay, let me try my luck at that one. I know I should have kept that one ballista, but oh well. Actually, you know what? Should I do it with just regular Forgotten Souls? Nah. Ooh, now that okay, now that's an upgrade. This is this is an upgrade. I actually have a passive I want now. That is cool. All right, so at the bare minimum, I got a regular upgrade. I will take that. I can salvage this one now. It's yeah, cool. All right. What's your favorite build in D3? UE multi-shot. By far. Eric, what's up, man? Having a good night? It's been alright. Mostly chill. Alright, let me... I got another shield, but it's got the breeding passive. Let's try this again. Oh, whoops. Multi-shot. See, impale. Why does that roll impale? We can't use it. We legit can't use it this season. Why can't it roll on a weapon like that? Alright, this is my last one, so it will be actually, you know what? Let's say the promoter S's. I'm gonna just do a reforge. See if I get something. Or there we go. Ish. Ballistics passive though. Eesh. I mean, that's kind of. I mean, it's good enough, I guess. Like it's good enough, but I would prefer for a better passive and also like, just a teeny bit more damage. That's alright though. This is my best weapon anyway, so. This one, main weapon. For sure. Got the ambush passive too, man. I could throw this off for something different now. Don't even know what I would want something different for, like the super speed, but. I don't know what the perfection is. Because Now we can save it over this one. Now I gotta equip this one. So this in there. Finish ambush to tactical advantage. Get more speed. Save. Boom. Alright. Let's experiment with something. So I'm gonna jump with this weapon. We're gonna have to do some we're gonna do some couple of augments, so I'm gonna throw augments away. Hate to do it like this, but got a brown recluse in your bathroom and you were shaking. Had to Google it to make sure if it really was one. Oof. Where do you stay at in the world? Like, you don't tell me your exact location, but like, where do you stay at? Trying to figure out what area you normally tend to hang out.
Access to a wondrous artifact of old, and that's what you want to do with it. Very well.
Central Texas. Oh, okay. I'm at 12 pawn. Lynchburg, Virginia. Alright, where's the Ramaladi? Alright, so I wonder if I have enough power with Ballista, with Entangle Shot Ballista version, that I could just walk through the red. If I can somehow keep up square spin and also like juggle the dual gen, will I have enough power to just walk through? I hate that the passive sucks here, but it is, you know, test though, so I guess I don't have to even worry about area damage on any of this. Okay, so also I need to change out Aguk because additive. Go wrapped. A shot will do. And second ambush. Let's see that card. Find. I think I want to probably drop the wolf and go small screen. If it works out, I'll just continue to climb. If not, then we'll just worry about it like on the weekend. And LeBron tied every class again already. Yeah, he so there's a so like it's funny because like usually I don't, anyone who, you know, I guess obviously cheats, whether that's botting keys or using like Zoom hack or whatever, those kind of things. Like he does partake in stuff like that, and so like I don't condone nor do I like that. But there's two things I will say about LeBron in this game, right? Is the fact that for one, he doesn't hide it. He doesn't pretend that he's not. Like he's not trying to like, you know, say that it's like, you know, completely legit or whatever like that. And two, he's actually a really good player. So like the idea that like he could do the same, he can do something similar without the botting or the whatchamacallit. So he's one of the rare ones where like, you know, most people who do that kind of stuff, I wouldn't be cool with. Like he's like probably the only one that I'd be that I actually sometimes go to the stream to like chat to sometimes or whatever. So, but yeah, I'm cool with them. I don't like his practices. Don't get me wrong, but like I am cool with him, and the fact that he's, you know, again, like admits and doesn't try to hide it, and you know, just that kind of thing. That's not what I said. What do you think about playing Diablo on consoles? I gotta do keyboard and mouse for Diablo. Like Diablo kind of games. I don't too much care about playing those like these kind of games on the controller. They're not bad on the controller. I just totally prefer mouse and keyboard. I can't risk my 23 of Blizzard account. Fair. All right, let me see if I can make this work. I've done it before-ish in other aspects, I guess you could say, in the past. So this isn't far-fetched, but I don't think I've ever done it on Ethereals before. So yes, here we go. We're gonna see how this plays out. Oh, actually, let me see what I got in the cube. So everything makes sense. Yeah, looks like we're good. And also just micromanaging the different gens. All right. In this case, I supposed to clear or clear along the way. So I'm not like gathering a bunch of stuff. If I kept up my scores, this would have been better. I need a chunkier mob type for this though. I mean like Hulks or because ideally once it gets to the elites, I don't want things around the elites, so I can kill the elites quickly. Ideally, I'm gonna go ahead and take it. Also a 5-to-1 ratio. Oh, illusionists. Are they both illusionists? No, just one. It just looks like a lot. Illusionist messes up my chains. What?
Need more time.
I pulled too much, especially with this illusionist pack. It's literally this illusionist pack that's making this take as long as this is. And if illusionist is this tough on the 143. I barely got the illusionist pack down to like halfway. Oh, and the other one's a Juggernaut, no wonder. So I got a Juggernaut, illusionist, and a missile dampening. That is not good. That is so not good. That explains a lot. Okay. I might just reset because this is like, I mean, horrific. I can't spawn in the pylon either. It's too early. And when I got the other pylon. I mean, these are still clearable, but this pack is just a mess.
Still waiting.
140. This is 143. Like, this is literally probably the worst combination of a pack of 3 packs I could have gotten. God. I think only Waller would have been worse, probably. That's about it. But it shouldn't take nearly this long, like, at all. Especially with Diligent, like, it should be. But yeah, Illusionist, Juggernaut, Missile Dampener, like, destroys my damage. But I guess I'm gonna tough it out anyways. But yeah, if it's this bad on the 143 though, like, I'm gonna have to skip all this going higher. The point being was I was supposed to kill everything along the way, but my entire strategy went downhill when I got this map and these 3. There's one down. They're not down. Illusionist is now down. Yeah, I'll get a pylon somewhere now. 2 of them, okay. At least they gave me, you know, 2 gold pylons now for my troubles. Oh, was that an illusionist terror demon? That was bad, by the way. Like, that was horrific. Now, of course, the ending was like Cinderella because of those 2 pylons. But that middle part was so bad.
And like Auric, I once served. You have a gem.
What should I want to raise? Let's just raise the trap.
I need to go back.
Alright, okay. Yeah, I mean, it couldn't really be any worse. Oh, yeah. I mean, it couldn't be any worse than what I got. But the point was just to see what I was feeling about this Odyssey's End sort of thing. All right, let's go back to the strategy I was supposed to try to stick to. See, this was how it was supposed to happen at the start. Ish. Where I like kind of... Oh, this is a life leech. I lost my squirts. Not a good mob type there. Again, just want to walk the dog all the way down, basically. Use the power of squirts and Odyssey's End to mosey it down. Channeling pylon. Okay, don't do the same thing like we did last year, please. What is this? Illusionist? Gosh darn. It's happening again, y'all. Alright, take the channeling pylon. What is this now? Illusionist? 2 illusionists. Oh my gosh. Oh man. And a Waller. Again, guys. Again. Game hates me. Game absolutely hates me. Just try to funnel them in here so maybe I can kind of keep up my squares or something. Make this a little easier on myself. Oh, Waller. Alright, I'm keeping up my squirts, so there's that. don't know if my Tingling Shots is reaching all the way over there or not. Okay, keeping them all clumped for some area damage. Nice, nice. Lost my square still. The walls. Illusionist. If I break even, I'm happy. Come on. No! I had the room. A little under even, but nothing that maybe a go pylon or something won't fix. Alright, back to the original strategy that I've been trying to use. There we go. We're catching up now on trash mobs at that. There we go. Getting ahead of the clock now. Putting up squirts. I'm taking a shot. Nice, nice. Come on. Speed pylon. I got the two bad ones out the way, I guess. We'll take the speed after we kill the first yellow. I don't want them together. Shielding. This guy with this build gonna outspeed Marauders at 3 plus Paragon down. I mean, like, in terms of when you say outspeed, what do you mean by that? Oh, fast is 150? Oh, no. Nope, that will still be Marauders. By a significant margin. I was kind of hoping for a little more from the Odyssey's Inn. Like I feel like I feel it, but not really. And I know I'm not dropping the chains. It could just be me and, like, you know, bad luck with the fixes or whatnot, but I feel like I should be dropping these guys like a bit easier. Also can't keep up squirts with all that electric. I don't want to add any more mobs actually. You would think I want to, but not with this setup. I'll try it with the shield next though. Yeah, the 150 would mean that this would take about twice as long for this one yellow. Doing it this way. It's possible for me to get another pylon, but I don't think I will. Well, I might actually on this map. Gotta go east. I think I might have to pull. Let's pull east. Can dead man's effect be on the ethereals? Yeah, it can. I actually want to go too far east until I kill this one, so I can kind of guarantee me a pylon. That might can. Got double illusionist like really hurt pretty bad early. Oh, nice. Handy. Alright. Play the gathering game. That's 1 elite. 2 elites. 3 elites. 4 elites. Okay, yeah. So this will spawn a Rift Guardian. And 5 from the pylon itself. Okay. So pull this. Pull this. Pull this. I'm not gonna worry about taking one shot at all. I'm just put the pylon and go. At this point. No! Arcane Sentry. I'm gonna have to be careful. I know I'm like squishy, but 7 of juice. I'm not gonna look for another pylon, I'm gonna just go. This is where the Odyssey's Zen really shines. Miss credit shot. Oh, credit shot. Old school. Yeah.
Good to see you.
Let's see. That will do more on craft.
I need to go back.
Alright, that should put me at 2 on guy 6 leaderboard. Oh, and I guess 4 on the overall. Yeah. Alright, so 2 on guy 6, 4 overall. Let's go back to regular guy 6 though. I'll just gather. I don't think the single shot is worth. I'm feeling like it's not worth. I guess I don't know when I do the 47, maybe 46, 47.
Fortune favors.
Try to Marauders cards using the Cynical if season's good. It was depressing. Yo, I don't know when you started playing D3. But Nether Tentacles was like bugged at the start of D3 because it would tick twice or multiple times, just like Ball Lightning did, and it wasn't supposed to do that. It was like, yeah, yep. And it gave you health back too as well. It was so like easy mode. I don't know about so now I have to spec for area damage now. I don't have any. I have like no area damage. Quickest places I can get area damage. The quiver. I know I have this. I wonder if I can get away with not having crit chance and just go hungry. That also has, oh, this has area damage, but it doesn't have crit chance. I guess I'll just go with you know, I might just leave it. Who cares? I'll give me what just, I mean, all my crit chance comes from freezing anyway, so, but at the same time it's like I don't think I have a better amulet either. Actually I do. Ish. Kind of. The dex is still kind of important here though. But this will allow me to not have to have crit chance on my quiver though, so I think this is probably the better deal. I'm playing a lot of short range disintegrate build on which yeah. I don't know. Like there's something that I did miss about D3 vanilla, man. I felt like with some like a few good tweaks, like D3 vanilla would have been like extremely good. I think they kind of had the right idea of like making it really hard at the start, honestly. It's just that like the gear should have like been easier to assess. Like you kind of had to farm for gear and so the gear you needed for Act 1 didn't drop before Act 1, you know, those kind of things, you know what I mean? And it's like and Infernal, so like you had to kind of do weird things. So I like the difficulty. I thought the difficulty was fine. But that was kind of like the start of how like a lot of botting kind of became, you know, a thing, because it's like, well, if we if the gear we need won't drop or can't drop or whatever the case may be, then maybe we'll just you know, I actually didn't mind the auction. I thought the real money auction out was probably like, I think if they just had a regular auction house, almost like a marketplace or something like that, that would have been preferable. But I know what they were trying to do. They were just trying to give a safe place to trade other than, you know, D2 GSP and stuff like that. And so I get what they were trying to do, but it just didn't. People just did both. And once the auction house was capped at $250, people started selling outside the auction house. So technically speaking, you still had the same problem. It's just, you just delayed the problem with the auction house. It's like, that's all you did. But I appreciate they made the attempt, though, to do something about it. Okay, so I wasn't gonna go ahead and like push or whatever, but I'm actually kind of intrigued. I think I might just go ahead and see if I can get the rank 1 on God and then chill. I mean, I can get the rank 1 on God. It's just a matter of putting time into it. What else is there? Okay, I don't need tactical advantage, so we can do numbing trap. Then we can mess with that. You use Augils now? I mean, I can, but like the difference is so small at this Paragon. Like Augils becomes better like around 2.4, 2.5k Paragon, which is, I'm not at that Paragon yet. So this is still fine. Plus I'm using Dex gems in the gear, so like God's Guardian still has value. Not to mention I have Fortress Ballista, so Guardians is definitely better for a defensive standpoint and being able to keep up my Fortress a little bit better, which in turn also keeps up my squirts a little bit better. So if I was like 3k pair, like if I was like 2.7, 2.8 k Paragon, I would definitely make the switch. Oh man. All right. Well, I guess it won't let me key in the 147, so we didn't do good enough. All right. Let's not play BS maps. Oh, this song. No, I'm not playing graveyard map. I'll tip this. Probably should have pulled, but that's alright. That actually didn't take long at all. Oh, nice. I got, whatchamacallits. Speed pylon though. Let's get them to transform. But I'm gonna chill with this trash mob type. That's fine. If I can get the yellow to come down here, I don't have to do a huge pull. Oh, that's shielding. That's rough. Okay, they still didn't transform. I was hoping they would. Transform, please. Okay. They did, but it was kind of like late. Guess I just pull them up then. Missed. Really, walls and shielding. Oof. Come on. Shielding and Wallers is eating up my damage. A lot of my arrows. Trying to keep my squares up though. Come on. Get the yeah. The joys of doing high GRs with guy 6 first. Without trying to like fish too hard. But come on. Come on. There we go. At least we were kind of ahead. Shielding. Okay, so we got rid of... Let's see what I can pull to the shield. There's that. Actually, might be better to pull the whatchamacallit, the shielder to all these guys. Come on, come on. Let's pull the shield up here. Come on. Hopefully I can kill this while I have my shield pylon up. Stop warping me away. I still got a chunk of shield pylon left. They're kind of dying. So speed is gone, shield is gone. So I have channeling power and undergo left. Should be guaranteed to at least get one decent pylon, like one good pylon. Should, depending on the map. Oh no, shield out. Okay. Get a little bit of thing up career. Alright, next map. Okay, good map. Good mob type, good pylon. Do I want to save the pylon or do I want to take it? Okay, 1, 2. Yeah, I want to take it, but I'll pull. That's a lot of. Okay. So 4. 4 should maybe spawn me the Rift Guardian or get or close to. Okay, that's probably dense enough. I don't know. Let's pull him a little bit further down. Okay, and grab. Just don't die. I got squirts up too. That's good. That's good. High value. High value. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Squirts. Keep the squirts. Oh, lots of squirts. Oof, that hurt. I still kept the squirts though. Go, 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 go. Power squirts. Go, go. Aw, power is gone, but I should be able to get a couple of globes from these guys, right? Because they're from the yellows. No, that's one. Oh, there was a blue that didn't get caught. That's fine. I'll just get some trash. Oof. Alright, this can be bad. Also need to get her away from the corner. There we go. still spawning ads. Come on. I don't think it's gonna be fast enough to get the rank 1. I have to go to 147. Quick spawn. Let's try to move her. It's been a long time since I've pushed. So I don't remember some of this. Yeah, I'm about to go for the 147. This is a little over 14 minutes for sure. Oh no. Wait, what was that? What's the time? Oh no, no, that was the rank 1. Okay. On God 6. All right. I loathe pushing on this freaking set though. What up, next rate? We'll just do this.
I am returning to town.
No, I am using the Guardian set. Everybody's been asking me about that. It's like, are you using the Guardian set? Like, yeah. August is not really better until like around mid 2K, like 2.5, 2.4, 2.5K, generally speaking. But yeah, they also keep in mind that I also have Fortress Ballista Shield, and August is significantly glassier than Guardians. So Guardians does a much better job at helping me kind of keep up the shield, which helps me keep up the Scorch buff. So even on average, if I can get 20% more uptime on Scorch, it will be Augilds. At this Paragon especially. And I also have Dex gems too, so having a shield also kind of helps with that. Yeah, so that puts me at rank 1 guy. Okay, that's all I wanted to do. Okay. And the closest to me would be these two guys, and that's 3K Paragon and 2700 Paragon. So, all right, well, that is fine. I'm just gonna put this away now because I don't want it anymore. We'll put that there, and see where the E stuff. And was there ambush on there? Yeah, it's ambush on there. All right, cool. All right, so I had no intent on pushing with God tonight at all whatsoever. But given how fast the 140 was, it was like I think we did the 140 in like 4 minutes, and I was just like, all right, we got to do a little something. Harry Potter, you missed a pylon up there. I probably did, but that's fine. Yeah, 3K. No augments. Each augment is like worth a little, like about 100 Paragon. So, or a little more than 100 Paragon. No, he has augments. He absolutely has augments. He's fully augmented, actually. Yeah, fully augmented. I'm missing 2 I'm missing like I don't have an augment here. I don't have an augment here. This is some really kind of awful pins, but it has damage. So, Yeah. But nah, I'm not going for the 150 on God 6. Nah, I don't think you can pay me enough at my Paragon to do it. Did you get the power line to top of? I did not. I'm pretty sure that power line was probably it had to either be a channeling or a conduit. I guess conduit probably wouldn't have helped much. Well, conduit would have like shaved maybe 20 seconds off that Rift Guardian, 25 seconds off that Rift Guardian, probably. Channeling wouldn't have did anything at all. Gotta keep keep a Paragon with those people that never sleep. Wait. For me, I just enjoy the ethereal season and doing whatever I personally like to do, and that's kind of really it. I think past that point, I don't really care. I used to care about like actually competing in a sense, like way back in the day. I would do it, especially like on Sunday. Like it'll be like the Sunday of that weekend. I try to go for rank 1 world and try to beat the Koreans, the European and Koreans with a late NA start, because NA always starts way later than the other two. So I used to go ham on that pretty early in the season, but now I'm just like casually blasting, because 1946 Paragon is like is considered like, this would be considered casual for me. 4 or 5 hours a day. Korean's too OP, bro. I mean, like I said, there were times I got it. There were times where I was rank 1 world at like for maybe 4 or 5, 6 days at a time, like the first week and a half of the season. So like, and that was fun. Like that was a lot of fun to do. But obviously, most of the people don't play anymore, and the people that do, there are a lot of people that quote unquote play. I'll put it put it that way. For anyone else, 2K isn't that casual. I know, but like knowing how much I used to play, to like for me this is casual. I can see the run. Nah. I kind of want to do it with a dual gen though. I really wanted to do it with dual gen, but that was like those illusionist packs were annoying me, man. I was getting so frustrated. This season release. I mean, it's ethereals, so it's a race. D3 is in maintenance mode, so they just recycle seasons. So let's see what the solo one is doing for gears of Dreadlands. Okay, so I do have the highest Dreadlands clear in general. Oh, his was actually that was good. 1600 Paragon, 145, 917. That must have been like a pretty damn good map. Like conduit power. Yeah. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, I think I'm done with God. So what we'll do is tomorrow we will look at the D4 information, the new expansion information stuff that I guess IGN is gonna have, whatever that means. I have no idea. And then we'll come back to play some more D3, and I will be gearing up the other sets. So we'll be doing Marauder and UE. Will be the other two I would do. I don't know which one I would do first though. Like Marauders would be pretty easy to get the 150. So I don't know if I'll just do UE first or if I'll do Marauders first. I have no idea. But UE would be my more fun one to play because that's like my favorite set to play. And I could definitely get higher than the 130. And then of course, obviously, this dude's not even trying. Like 556, 130 at 1354 Paragon. Like that sounds about right. So I don't know. We'll try for like maybe like a 145 or something. UE. See where that takes. 150 is possible. I would need probably 1,000 keys at my Paragon to do it though. And damn good gear. He is completely different. Oh yeah. Great to watch you play D3DH. Enjoying it. Thanks. Oh, also too, I think I mentioned it earlier in the chat. I'm not gonna do cluster arrow for Marauder. I'm gonna do multi-shot, but I'm gonna do it without a generator. So it'll be a generatorless multi-shot Marauder setup, which means that it's not as strong as cluster arrow, like maybe about 2 tiers weaker. So it'll be a little harder to get the 150 because of that, but that's fine. I find that infinitely more fun to play. And yep, I am taking off. You know what? You know what's ironic though? As much as I hate pushing with God 6 and all the really terrible fixes that like goes along with it or whatever, it's still infinitely a better experience than Tower and D4. Like it's not even close. Like I would rather push God 6 to 150 and fail for like a whole week and a half than to do anything Tower related in D4 or the fake GRs, I guess you could say, that's in like in D4 by far. All right, who? There's Oogie. I don't know if I rated him last time. Did I rate him last time? I might have. We'll go to him again. It's cool. I like him. He's he does some really cool stuff. Trevor Noah, definitely. Yo, I used to get I would get that a lot. I do get that a lot. All right. Big Ben, appreciate the follow. Enjoy Oogie. I will see, I guess, a good chunk of y'all tomorrow night. And as always, till next time.